find it very difficult to talk about race. How many experience an elevated heart rate when you talk about race? How many struggle to find the language that you want to use to truly articulate your thoughts and feelings when you are having a conversation about race? How many of you feel like you are commonly misunderstood? How many of you feel as though you often misunderstand others? How many of you truly would like to become better at having conversations about race? How many of you actively engage in the practice of discussing race so that you can become better at having conversations? I think that the show of hands kind of allow us to see that many of us have these same kinds of feelings when it comes to having the conversation. Many of us are in the same boat, essentially, when it comes to feeling very uncomfortable when the topic comes up. But as I usually tell my students, I often tell my students is that in the art class, it's really important that you actively engage in whatever process that you want to get better at, and that's the only way that you're going to get better at it, is to actively engage whatever subject that is. Now, that doesn't mean that you have to talk about it all the time. It doesn't mean that you have to seek out the opportunities to have the conversation with others. But there are many other ways that we could get better at it. What do you think one of those ways might be? What are some of those ways that we can possibly get better at something like that? Yes. Educate yourself. And how might one educate themselves? Okay, so stay current with the news, right? Or read books about it, okay? What else can we do? Yes? Okay? Yeah, absolutely. Listening to other people speak about it, right? Yes? Keeping an open mind, absolutely. Okay? Learning about the history and background of a particular ethnic group. One other important way is to learn the language that usually is involved in having the conversation. If I go to Spain, I'm probably going to get along much better and get the type of full experience that I want to achieve or that I want to get when I go there if I speak Spanish. If I go to Kenya and I want to have a really, really rich and full experience, I probably should learn some Swahili. So, in order to really be able to engage and have the conversation about race and get better at it, it's important that we learn about the language that surrounds it. Now, this could be a whole semester-long, whole year-long subject matter, I'm sure. So what I thought about was like choosing a few different words that, or phrases that we might often hear, and think a little bit about what these words or these phrases, what the connotations that are connected with these words or phrases, as well as thinking about what these words and phrases actually can produce in the minds of those who are using the terms and words, and those who are on the receiving end of those terms and words. Where's present? Say, so I call it Decoded. How does our use of language marginalize people and communities of color while reinforcing the pillars of structural racism? As you're looking at this, what are some things that are coming to mind? Yes? He's falling head first. I'm going to write these down. He's falling head first, okay? What else? Yes? It looks kind of dangerous. Yes? He's falling? Okay, he's falling onto mattresses that don't look cushiony or sturdy. Yeah? Okay. Yes? Okay, his friend is not there to help him as he's falling on the mattress. It looks like he's laughing at him. Yes? Okay, the area that he's in is a little dilapidated. Yes?
Writing on the wall.
Okay, writing on the wall. Yes? Yes? Poverty. Yes? Wearing a football jersey. Yes? Okay. Okay, so he looks like he's in a poor neighborhood. Could be the ghetto. Yes? He's going to land on his feet. Yes? Looks like he's what? Looks like he's having fun.
Looks like it's set up in the middle of the street.
Okay, looks like it's set up in the middle of the street. Yes?
Looks like he really doesn't care about his own well-being. That's just having fun while it looks pretty dangerous.
Okay, looks like he doesn't care about his own well-being. And he's having fun, but it's dangerous. Okay? It's interesting that we began with certain descriptions of this, as in, you know, what's actually happening, right? Thinking about what the actions that this person is taking, the fact that it might be no good for his health and things like that. And then people started to bring up this idea about using the language connected to this neighborhood that this person is in. The type of associations that we might begin to have if we were kind of driving through this community. We said that he looks like he doesn't care about his own well-being. Looks like what he's doing is dangerous. There's writing on the wall. Looks like it's an area where there's poverty. But then we also heard that he's going to land on his feet. I'd like you to think about that for a moment. In a sense where we're looking at this image, and from what we constantly hear about neighborhoods like this, many would assume that the people who are in this neighborhood may not ultimately land on their feet. Engaging in dangerous activity, he's doing something that is not good for his health, but yet he continues to do it while his friend stands back and laughs. But there's another way to look at it and saying that he's going to land on his feet. With that view, if we're looking at it from that point of view, we would have a whole different way of engaging with this community. A whole different way of engaging with the individuals in this community. Understanding that it takes a particular level of skill that has been developed over time to be able to do this activity. How many of us in this room can actually do what this kid is doing right now? I probably couldn't. So if we understand that, or if we approach it with this idea that those who might be in these types of communities still have particular skills, still have particular level of knowledge that we may not have ourselves, then we will start to engage with them in a whole different way. The term ghetto was put out there, and we'll come to that in a moment. Here are some of the words that we may find ourselves using or hearing others use, such as inner city. When we hear inner city, what are some things that come to mind? Yes?
From the center of the city.
Okay, center of the city. Okay?
What is the center of all the poverty in the city?
Okay, center of all the poverty in the city. Yes?
Perhaps crime.
Perhaps crime.
South side.
South side.
Black kids.
Black kids.
Burnt out.
What's that?
Burnt out.
Burnt out.
Overpopulated.
Overpopulated.
Working class.
Working class.
Avoided.
Avoided.
Drug dealing.
Drug dealing.
Product of gentrification.
Product of gentrification. Last night, in doing some more research for this, I came across this article about an app called Sketch Factor. And what this app does is allows people to look at particular neighborhoods and rate the level of sketchiness of the neighborhood. Now, if the app was trying to help others really avoid crime, or to inform people of the level of crime or crime statistics in the neighborhood, perhaps they would have that information on the app, things like that, to let people know what's going on in the neighborhood. But the app does not have that whatsoever. What it does is it allows people to post on this app what they're seeing in the neighborhood. And according to what they're seeing in the neighborhood, the sketch factor goes up. So things like The corner store, there were 3 guys outside, South Pole jeans on, and big jackets, and it wasn't even that cold outside. That would increase the sketch factor on this app. Those people. When you hear those people, what comes to mind? Distance. Alien.
Us versus them.
Us versus them.
Patronizing.
Patronizing.
Superiority.
Superiority. Inferiority.
Like tribalism.
Tribalism.
Fear.
Fear.
Black people.
Black people.
Any minority.
Any minority. People on welfare. Black people. Inner city people. Food stamps.
Single mothers.
Single mothers.
Public housing.
Public housing. Poverty.
Those people.
Those people.
Lazy people.
Lazy people.
Unemployed.
Unemployed.
Uneducated.
Uneducated.
Immigrants.
Immigrants.
Handout.
Handout.
Dependent.
Dependent. Leeches.
Struggling.
Struggling.
Outside.
Outsiders. Thugs.
Drug dealers.
Drug dealers.
Black team.
Black teens.
Gangbangers.
Gangbangers.
Bloods and Crips.
Bloods and Crips.
Crime.
Crime.
Rapists.
Rapists.
Young people
Young people
of color.
of color.
Scum.
Scum. And ghetto.
Neighborhood of working class people
Neighborhood of working class people
of color.
of color.
Welfare.
Welfare. Minorities.
Black people.
Black people.
Danger.
Danger.
Hood.
Hood.
Hostile.
Hostile.
Poor housing.
Poor housing.
Poverty.
Poverty.
Uneducated.
Uneducated.
High crime.
High crime.
Segregation.
Segregation.
Shootings.
Shootings. So according to the definition, inner city, sometimes urban, the word urban is used, is usually older, poorer, and more densely populated central section of a city. Inner city is usually used as an adjective. In 2014, the now Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan, said he would focus on creating work requirements for men in our inner cities and dealing with the real culture problem in these communities. We've got this tailspin of culture in our inner cities in particular of men not working and just generations of men not even thinking about working or learning the value and the culture of work. And so there is a real culture problem here that has to be dealt with. Now, as we just engage in this exercise of you guys calling out what you associate with these particular terms and words, there's no mistaking when we hear politicians use particular language of what the associations are. We all are a microcosm. We are a microcosm of this United States. We understand the language, just like I spoke about if I went to Spain, I'd do better if I spoke Spanish. If I went to Kenya, I'd probably get along better if I spoke Swahili. You're living here in the United States. You learn and you understand the language and the associations with specific words and terms. So when we hear our politicians use particular language, we understand what they're saying. And there's no mistaking it. Gene Adlai, a Republican member of the Mississippi State Legislature, apologized last week. This was 2014, I believe it was, for telling a reporter that all the African Americans in his hometown of Walls, Mississippi are unemployed and on food stamps. I come from a town where all the blacks are getting food stamps and what I call welfare crazy checks, Adlai said to a reporter for the Clarion Ledger, a Mississippi newspaper, earlier this month. They don't work. Yes?
When did you say said this?
I have to, this is the source where I got it from. This was 2015, February 28, 2015 that this was posted. So, in going forward, thinking about the association with language and understanding that when we have people who are elected and they're making these types of statements and these types of assumptions and generalizations, what does it do for those who might be uneducated and don't necessarily do the research for themselves? It continues to perpetuate these ideas. It continues to foster the tension that exists within our communities based on the fact that someone might not appreciate that while they're out there working, someone else is benefiting from the taxes that they're paying to provide them with whatever type of government assistance. If we don't break down this language, there's no way that we can really discern for ourselves as to what's really going on. And it's really important that we are, especially in today's political climate, that we actively engage in the process of educating ourselves on the language. No matter what side of the political fence you're on. It's important that you educate yourself on the language, on the use of the language. So according to those two, this is the face of those on welfare. This was an album cover from the artist, one of the Wu-Tang Clan members, Old Dirty Bastard, and his debut album in 1992 was this welfare card. And this is what, according to those statements, and according to a large segment of the population, this is what the face of welfare looks like. However, nationally, most of the people who receive benefits from the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program are white. According to 2013 data from the U.S. Department of Agriculture, which administers the program, 40.2% of SNAP recipients are white. 25.7% are black. 10.3% are Hispanic, 2.1% are Asian, 1.2% are Native American. Yes, sir.
I'd just like to point out, blacks make up about 30% of the population, and since 20%, 26% of them, around take out welfare, they're actually overrepresented. They make like 30% of the population, and they take out 26% of welfare, so they're overrepresented.
Okay, this is a very great observation. And your math skills, like the way you're able to compute that, is much faster than mine. So I would love to hear about that again later, so I can fully understand what you're saying and compare that information.
Can I respond to you, Tansy?
Go for
I
it.
just want to respond real quickly that you're not wrong in saying that. But what's the stereotype about race involving those on food stamps? What skin color do you picture? And I think that's what the language being used regarding food stamps, handouts, whatever the terminology may be, paints a specific picture. And I think what Mr. Smith is trying to do is saying that picture might not be accurate, but that language masks the fact that there are a lot of white people who take food stamps as well.
Okay, so for those of you who are more visually orientated, this is what the graph will look like. So according to this, the card you probably look more like that. The word ghetto. Full definition of ghetto. A quarter of a city in which Jews were formerly required to live. A quarter of a city in which members of a minority group live, especially because of social, legal, or economic pressure. An isolated group. A situation that resembles a ghetto, especially in conferring inferior status or limiting opportunity. So you guys understand these definitions. Oftentimes when we're engaging in these types of conversations, what happens is people choose to be, I should say, intellectually dishonest when they're engaging in the conversation. So, an example of that would be, oh, well, if you're talking about ghetto, oh, the Jews were in ghetto, so they'll refer to that and they'll say, I don't only think of black people in the ghetto or Hispanic people in the ghetto. I also think of Jews being in the ghetto. Okay, this is, according to the definition, it's accurate. However, moving away from the common use of the language in order to kind of not implicate oneself in this perpetuation of the use of negative stereotypes is not going to help us to move the conversation forward. What words do we use, or how do we choose to engage in the conversation in order to help push it forward rather than to assist us in staying in the position, in that place where we are? How many of us, when we're engaging in these tough conversations, try to find ways to remain where we are? How many of us, when we're having these tough conversations, find ways to truly understand where that person is coming from? In the U.S., the word started out to be used to describe predominantly African American neighborhoods, especially the densely populated areas that resulted from the mass migration of American blacks from southern states to northern cities. At some point in the 20th century, according to Mario Small, a professor of sociology at Harvard University. Today, the word is fairly widespread in the U.S., particularly with young people, meaning something like poor and urban, cheap, substandard, according to linguistic anthropologist George Broadwell at the University of Florida. Now, what starts to happen is, as adults that engage with young people on an everyday basis, some of us try to at least understand the language that you are using. And language, as we all know, changes as time goes on. So the same words that I used to use when I was your age for something that was fantastic, something that some people, you guys might say lit, like we didn't have that word back then, right? We used other words. So as an educator, as someone who's interested in popular culture, I try to keep my ear to the ground to understand the language that's being used. And sometimes what happens is, and I'm sure many of you have seen it or have experienced it, when an adult uses the language that is popular among teenagers. Sometimes it sounds really awkward. It's like, don't use that, don't use that. How many of you have had that experience before? So, as an adult, when I hear other adults use this word ghetto, especially in conversation with young people, referring to something that is inferior, something that is cheap, something that is substandard, and usually something that's associated with poor and urban, I get very uncomfortable. Other adults should be very uncomfortable with that as well. And you should be very uncomfortable with that as well. Yeah, I'm saying that I think that you should feel uncomfortable about that. Because it continues the perpetuation of the marginalization of specific groups of people. Came across this. So ghetto. This is what it sounds like.
I like the food here, but the bathrooms are ghetto as hell.
Oh, ghetto. Oh my god, yes.
Like they still have those like double faucet sinks. I know, I hate that. Like, what year is it? Please get it together.
Yeah. Speaking of ghetto, I took an Uber X here, and for the first time, my driver picked me up in a busted-ass Toyota. And literally, his wife was in the front seat.
Oh, that is so ghetto.
It was the worst.
Oh my god, I would have just walked. Megan, how's your living situation?
Oh, so ghetto. I'm still living with that poor family in low-income government housing. And my roommate, Mr. Otis, lost his job at the car wash again, so he doesn't have his part of the rent for like the millionth time. And now he's back to selling pot again, so our apartment's like always filled with randos.
You mean literally in the ghetto?
That sounds really awful.
Yeah, I'm sorry. And the landlord was like banging on our door all freaking night because he needs the rent money right now. For God knows what. And I'm like, what the hell? Who needs $285 at 3 a.m.? So ghetto.
So, yesterday I ran out of sriracha and had to put Texas Pete on my pad thai.
So ghetto.
I had to eat sushi with a fork because the delivery guy forgot to bring me chopsticks. The elevator in my building was broken again, so I had to walk up like 17 flights of stairs, even the ones that go outside, and there was just like some baby standing in the staircase, and he's literally wearing a pamper, nothing else. I mean, how ghetto is that?
Very.
Was the baby okay?
Did you call the cops? As if I freaking took out my phone to dial 911, and the baby literally said to me, "Snitches get stitches, bitch." And I'm like, OMG, you're literally 3 years old right now. What are you even saying? And then he asked me if I was on Instagram, because apparently I have a fatty for a white girl.
That's actually the most ghetto thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, why do you live there? Aren't your parents loaded?
I mean, barely? I went out for drinks with this guy, and he literally asked me to split the bill.
Ew, that's so ghetto.
I can't even imagine. Guys are like so cheap.
Oh, I asked Jamarcus for a drink. He took me to a bodega. He bought me a gallon of fruit punch for $1.09, and I was so pissed that they raised the price 10 cents. Who's Jamarcus? Oh, you know those 9 guys that are always standing in front of my building?
The guys that are always in winter coats, even in the summertime.
Yes, but the one that's always shirtless, holding a pipple leash with no pipple on it. Okay? Yeah, I mean, he makes me so mad. One time I asked him to buy me cigarettes, and he literally just bought me 2 loose cigarettes. They were even the same brand. It's so ghetto.
Megan, you gotta get out of the neighborhood.
Seriously, why are you there? Because it's only 11 blocks from the train. I'm in the city in under 2 hours. And they have the best tacos.
Oh, I friggin' love tacos.
Right? Like, I'll basically eat anything from a truck.
Is one of y'all named Megan?
Okay, that's my Uber card, so.
So, you want some fruit stripe gum? Got some in there.
That crackhead's card is so ghetto.
Let's stop saying that forever.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching, and remember to subscribe. Now it's lesson time.
What are your thoughts on that skit? Ladies seemed a little pretentious.
Every time that,
Say it again?
every time that the one lady started talking about something that was actually like ghetto, they all got really uncomfortable.
Okay. Noticing the level of uncomfortability amongst the other people when she mentioned something that was ghetto. Yes?
They seemed incompetent.
They seemed
incompetent about what happens in the ghetto.
They seem incompetent about what happens in the ghetto. So like uneducated, uninformed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much that the one that actually lived in the ghetto used it like, I don't want to say correctly, but it sounded like she had more than what it really was, as opposed to like, just the other girls who are obviously more privileged.
Okay. So she was actually talking about the experience of living in that environment from a place. She was speaking about it from a place of experience, as opposed to. Okay. Okay.
It's kind of like they were using the same word with 2 definitions.
Using the same word with 2 definitions. Okay. Good observation. Is there another hand? In the Atlantic, the writer Ta-Nehisi Coates says, "What I know about inner city blacks, of those who act ghetto, is the same as what I lately come to know about suburban whites, about Puerto Rican New Yorkers, about Ivy League graduates, about gay conservatives, and Israeli Americans. That they are all different from us, all and from each other. That they deserve to be treated with the same nuance, with the same soft touch, with the same eye for complexity and dimension. that you'd want for your own family and friends. So, looking at these people in these areas that we use these terms, understanding that they are just that. They are like you and I. And they deserve the same level of respect, the same love, the same care as you would want for yourselves and as you would want for your family. Ghetto in its most ironic, unironic usage is a word for people you don't know. It's a word that allows you to erase individuals and create boxes. Some teach their children to be nice, to use kind words in sandboxes across America. The kind of words, verbs, adjectives, and pronouns to draw the other near, and perhaps erase the old picture. Inside the sandbox is where they grow. And when it rains, and they grow to forget the old words and strengthen tongues to lash with new language, powerful enough to push other bodies into the corner, over the edge, while praying for the day to come when the box where nothing grows can be all theirs. Now, who's living in the ghetto? Thank you. I would love for this to open up into a conversation. I know that we have many people in this room that have been reading about this, have been experiencing this, have been discussing this, and I would love for it to become, last few minutes, to become more of a sharing opportunity to continue for us to be able to grow in this experience together. So.
I want to share, I want to ask you all, what are some of the coded words that you experience at prep? And when coded words, going with what Mr. Smith was saying, words that have a connotation of color, someone's skin color. So I'm asking, talk to a partner, someone next to you, for just a moment. Do you notice it? If you don't, then don't pretend that you do. Words that you use at prep to talk about color, people's color. Please share with each other. Anyone have any thoughts? Anyone want to share? How about this past Super Bowl? Who, for those of you who are not into sports, I apologize for using a sports analogy. Who were the quarterbacks in the Super Bowl? Peyton Manning and Cam Newton, right? How many black quarterbacks have ever won the Super Bowl? There have been 50 played. How many black quarterbacks have ever won a Super Bowl? One. Who? The Washington quarterback in 1987, Doug Williams. Not another one? Russell Wilson. There have been two in 50 years. How did people talk about, those of you who are sports fans, how did people talk about Peyton Manning versus Cam Newton? How do they describe them as quarterbacks?
The old versus the new.
The old versus the new.
So they said that Cam Newton was a dog, like the way he carried himself and the way he listened, he danced and he listened.
The way that Cam Newton dances, the way that he carries himself, he's a thug.
It kind of is like politics or Kansas very flashy. social media mostly. So.
Cam Newton's flashy. Peyton Manning's political.
Go along with Cam Newton's dynamic showboat.
He's showboater. Cam Newton's a showboater. How about what I kept hearing was Peyton Manning is a surgeon. Have anyone heard that about Peyton Manning? He's a surgeon on the field, right? And think about the language that you're now using to describe two of the best players at their position in the world. Well, last year, or 2 years ago, excuse me, when Brandon Wimbush was being recruited, I couldn't find the actual interview with him and Coach Hansen. I was just talking to Coach Hansen in the corner. He was here for a little bit. And I was asking him about it. What is the language that is used to describe a quarterback like Brandon Wimbush, like Cam Newton? How are they described in the recruiting circles? You guys know? Those of you who are football players probably know.
Mobile quarterback.
Mobile quarterbacks. What's the other term for a mobile quarterback? Dual threat. Versus what is the other kind of quarterback? A pocket passer. Someone who stays in the pocket like Peyton Manning. Someone who is two threats. I was talking to Coach Hansen, he said threat is one of those words that means what?
Dangerous.
Dangerous. What does it mean in the football context?
They can pass and can run.
They can pass and they can run. And what does it mean in terms of color? It's the black quarterbacks. This is Brandon Wimbush before he started a game at prep on varsity. This is what he says about it.
Now, Coach Hansen has said in the past and recently said in interviews that he's had tremendous athletes at the quarterback position, but he really feels excited about you. What do you think about his comments on you being potentially probably the best quarterback he's had to come to St. Louis Prep?
Yeah, like you said, he's had athletes play quarterback, but like I said, I've been perfecting my craft to be a quarterback first and then be an athlete. If necessary, so I feel like I deserve that compliment. And
okay, I couldn't find. This is the best I could do in finding the actual him talking about it. Him and Coach Hansen actually sat down and interviewed, and I couldn't find it about that. What he said, he was stereotyped as a recruit going to college with language. Now, for those of you who know Brandon Wimbush, those of you who've ever seen him play. He is an incredible quarterback with that coded language. How do you speak about race without mentioning black? Right? Dual threat versus surgeon, politician. Right? So now, talk to your neighbor. What are ways that you talk about race without talking about race? Whether it be in the arts, whether it be in athletes, whether it be in the classroom. Where do you do that at prep? And I'm going to ask you to share in a moment. What are some ways that you're comfortable sharing? What are some ways that you speak about race without using racial language?
Okay, at the Marin, like, Constitution is like a different school that's like right across the thing, it's great futures, and I guess because they're black people, mostly black people, Latino kids, people would just refer to them as like those rowdy kids or those kids just in general, that's just such a separation.
Okay.
Kids who come from the inner city are coming through downtown.
Okay, so refer to them as the rowdy kids. Okay? Yes?
Sometimes, I heard this sometimes, like, when you're called smart, or you're like a nerd or something, you should connotate to whether you're Indian or Asian. That's like a stereotype that since you're Indian or Asian, people think that you're smart or something like that.
Okay? Yes?
Usually if someone ever tells a story or like something like that, and they mention a person, myself and many others probably default think of a white person, and then to change that, the person has to say, like, I saw a black guy or something.
Okay. All right. Yes.
When you even talk about like hair, like he has good hair, he has bad hair, I have good hair, I have bad hair, like you connotate the stereotype that white people like are at the end of the spectrum of good hair, and then both African Americans are at the stereotype that bad hair at that end of the spectrum.
Okay. Okay. Yes.
So usually when someone says like a rich kid, it's a white kid.
Okay. Yeah.
So basically where they're from, you assume what race they are, if it's just their name and that's where they're from.
Okay, so for those of you who can't hear, said if you mention where the person is from, and that kind of usually says something about what their race might be. Yes.
Like if I don't know somebody and I'm accidentally describing it, they use the word articulate, I'll like assume that they're a person of color because they should be that word, people of color.
Okay, so if you refer to someone as, so you're speaking about someone and the other person doesn't know who this person is, you refer to them as articulate. It's usually speaking about someone, a person of color. Because you usually don't have that association with people of color being articulate. Any others? I would just like to end by saying that, just kind of touching back on the way I began, into this idea of educating yourself on the language. But also, for those of you who might be on the receiving end of language that marginalizes, and we're not just talking about race. On the receiving end of language that marginalizes, it is really important that you learn how to defend yourselves in conversation. And I don't mean by being aggressive. I mean by listening to people who have been speaking about this subject matter for a really long time. Listen to the words that they use. Listen to the way that they retort with others, the way that they come back at others who say certain things, who try to marginalize them with their language. Listen to them because they are great teachers that will help you to be able to stand firm in the position that you're in. I constantly tell, especially freshmen, it is cool to be smart. It is cool to be able to articulate yourself. At this day and age, at this point in your lives, it's important that you practice articulating yourselves and being able to defend yourself and be able to have these types of really difficult conversations. Right? Thank you.
Gentlemen, as you leave, please be careful. There is a cable wire here that we need to keep connected, just so they can film and stream the next presentation, okay? So just be careful as you Be mindful of wire. one, you'd be that one. You would be that one, and you would be. Please be mindful of your wires. No? No? Mindful of your wires. Please be mindful of your wires. No? Please be mindful of your wires. Just be mindful of your wires. You want to continue to be mindful of the wire? For your wire? Mindful of the wire? Please be mindful of the wire. Thank you. Watch where you go. Be mindful of the wire. See you later.
Yes.
How you doing?
That's all like almost all the time.
Yes, how you doing?
That's
Academic support now, right?
academic support.
This one is like learning how to be more articulate and what certain words might mean for certain people.
Thank you very much. You know, I mean, it's good. Yeah. See what I sound like. I also see what it looks like. Like, ooh. Say it again. Yeah, you're right. Wait for the comment section.
I was reading, and someone said, they said, never engage. Never engage. I think it was the one that was like watching the train.
Yeah. Thanks for the opportunity. Look at that. All right. See ya.
So it was good, yeah. A number of people were screaming.
I had to run upstairs.
Oh, yeah, it really worked. It worked very well. Yeah. Once we got the sound set, right? At the very beginning of the snow, yeah.
They still keep them on board, it's just not so.
Oh, yeah. I'm coming here to do that. to take care of that now. Actually, and I left my jacket. Real quick, I don't know if I can look upstairs. Do you have your Chromebook?
No, I don't have an iPad.
Let me run and get my Chromebook, because it's running, the live stream's running off my Chromebook.
Oh, okay.
So I'll be right back.
All right.
I felt that the same thing, but I was reporting it's not. But I like it. I mean, I think like that, busy transportation in Europe that I've seen. I remember
Okay. So, what do you know with park lights? I'm wondering, like, what's the, did you just go to regular, those big escalators? Are those big escalators still?
They are still going right now.
Are they gonna close?
Everyone wants all of that open. Here through the
You go see something and then you go up, so then you're coming out further up. Kind of where the old trade center used to be. Oh, we need to that's what it's like.
Okay.
Starting over.
So I can stop at we can do 4 different ones?
With the same link?
No.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. We sent out the link.
So we can just keep it going?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can we pause it and then start again? Is that, can we pause it? Or
We
is
can.
pausing it ending it?
If pausing it will end it.
Then,
Okay.
just leave it, you know?
We can turn off the sound. So we're not.
Yeah.
So we can just do.
Racism talks or something?
Yeah, this is about, she's a lawyer, so she went to law school, she's talking about the Supreme Court and what's happening right now in our country regarding affirmative action. She's going to talk about the whole thing, not just the discrimination, but time. So
introduction as we get started in our continuing series of conversations and discussions on race at these couple of days. It is a topic, race, racial identity, racism. It's something that is pervasive in our culture, the discussion, and sometimes the controversy about it. It's tough to listen to one news broadcast or read one newspaper without finding an article that somehow does discuss race. And the more you think about it, I think the more you're going to notice that in the media, especially these days. And so it's important that we here at PrEP, as we engage the world in so many things, we engage this topic as well. And I think as we go through it, I just find out more and more how very central it is to our identity, each person's identity of race and where one fits in society. And so with that, I was very inspired by some words that Pope Francis, in speaking to a youth organization, a youth congress in Korea 2 years ago, in the summer of July of 2014. And he talks about the importance of dialogue, and dialogue and identity. And that's what we're hoping to do with these sessions, these XY days this month, and then in future programs as well. And so with that, I'd like to have that be our context for this session in particular, where Mr. Ranty, who in a previous life had worked as a lawyer for the city of New York, and will speak about some important court cases, especially Supreme Court cases, that have touched on race, racial identity, and also racism. But here's a quote from Pope Francis, and with that ask that we all enter into today's discussion in that spirit. Pope Francis said, "We cannot engage in real dialogue unless we are conscious of our own identity. We can't dialogue, we can't start dialoguing from nothing, from zero, from a foggy sense of who we are. Nor can there be authentic dialogue unless we are capable of opening our minds and opening our hearts in empathy and in sincere receptivity to those with whom we speak. In other words, attentiveness to the Holy Spirit, who is our guide." He continues, "A clear sense of one's own identity and a capacity for empathy are thus the starting point for all dialogue." So with that spirit, I'd like to invite Mr. Andrew forward to continue our discussions here.
Gentlemen, thank you, Mr. D'Angelo. And I was, as you were speaking, I was also thinking of two other individuals who managed to have a dialogue while being at the polar opposites of the political and legal extreme. Can anyone think of the two people I'm thinking of?
Nope. Okay,
I was actually, well, that's true. I was thinking of Justice Antonin Scalia and Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who differed in almost every instance of their legal deliberations, but who managed to be good friends and have a lot in common. So I think it also is another example of dialogue and how it can work, maybe bring people together. But I'm happy to do this presentation today because there's been so much discussion in the news and around the dinner table, and in our own school about affirmative action, especially affirmative action in education. Now, just last week, members of the junior class who screened Andre Lee's film, Prep School Negro, entered into, I thought, a very mature and thoughtful discussion with the filmmaker about various aspects of affirmative action. Two comments that Mr. Lee made about affirmative action struck a chord in me, and I want to share them with you today. Some of you may remember them. Laws that were designed to keep people out were overturned. What happened? Was the remedy effective? And what did people do to keep people out? And as I was preparing this program today, I kept running into situations throughout history in which laws were passed to keep people in, and then other things happened to keep people out. And so it's been a cycle. And sometimes I really believe where we are today is a result of not intentionality in passing laws to let people in, but in looking at ways then to do an end run around those laws. I think many people hoped, and some still believe, that we live in a post-racial world. And after all, we have a black president. In 2008, we've had 2 black attorneys general. And I think many people, many millennials, people your age, seem more willing to consider race a non-issue. But yet we know that things aren't where they should be. And we wonder, what do we have to do? Do we just wait for things to percolate down, or do we have to act? So I hope what we can do now, before we start talking about Supreme Court cases, is really look a little bit at the root of the problem and the history of affirmative action. Okay? So what is affirmative action? Well, affirmative action refers to the set of policies created and used by the various branches of government. You all know how many branches we have, right? To provide qualified individuals with equal access to educational and professional opportunities they would otherwise have been denied. Where is it used? It's used in higher education, government contracts, government employment, and private sector employment. Now, the term for affirmative action was first used by President John F. Kennedy. And he used the term when he issued an executive order. An executive order is an order that a president gets to issue without going through Congress. And it established a Committee on Equal Employment Opportunity, as you can see. He instructed federal agencies to take affirmative action to ensure that applicants are treated equally, without regard to race, religion, sex, or national origin. must expand job opportunities for minorities and women. Okay? Now, when President Johnson spoke about the law, the civil rights law, to the graduating class of Howard University in June of 1965, and he framed the concept underlying affirmative action. He framed the importance of that concept when he told the students that civil rights laws alone are not enough to remedy discrimination. This is part of the quote. You do not wipe away the scars of centuries by saying, now you are free to go where you want. Do as you desire, choose the leaders you please. You do not take a man who for years has been hobbled by chains, liberate him, bring him to the starting line of a race and say, you're free to compete with all the others, and then still justly believe you have been completely fair. This is the next and more profound stage of the battle for civil rights. We seek not just freedom but opportunity, not just legal equity but human ability, not just equality as a right and a theory, but equality as fact and as a result. That was the purpose of this commission, and that was the purpose of his executive order. Okay, so we see also President Nixon continuing with an executive order that directed federal agencies to develop plans and goals for a national minority business enterprise. This was designed to ensure that when federal contracts were awarded, because we're using federal monies now, and this is a distinction, government money, not in private, but in government, when government money is used to ensure that minority businesses can compete equally with other businesses. One more. Okay, President Reagan, 1983, another executive order. So these laws and policies tell us that the words of affirmative action have been used by government since 1961. They've been part of our nation's effort to find solutions to another law, something else that was legal, that was the suppression of women and racial and ethnic minorities. When they said in these executive orders that people should be treated without regard to their race or religion or gender or national origin, they didn't mean that we should not look at race or religion or national origin of persons who had suffered discrimination. Because if we made that argument, we would be turning the purpose of these laws on their head. But going back 100 years from the executive orders, we can see that there were laws that took action against what was once lawful discrimination on the basis of race. And they've been part of our nation's story since the Reconstruction, with the passage of the Reconstruction statutes, the Reconstruction Amendments, rather. They were designed to remedy past discrimination, okay? Slavery was a legal system. That was a law in this land. If you have studied history, you can go back to the Dred Scott decision v. Sanford. Slavery was so ingrained in our economy. In fact, slaves, we are horrified to see, were the largest asset in the U.S. economy. So our government took steps to remedy. We know that, before I go on, we know that discrimination has existed in our country since the time of the colonists, and that religion and national origin were often basis of discrimination. Some of the laws that were enacted during colonial times against the Irish, who were predominantly Catholic, and the Papists, the Irish would call it, and were not looked with favor on the dominant culture. Then, you know about the Know Nothing Party, perhaps who's heard of the Know Nothings. They gained power in Massachusetts in the middle of the 19th century, and again they were opposed to immigration. The Irish were frightening to them. They passed laws that mandated the daily reading of the King James Bible. How's that? They dismissed Irish state workers. They stoked up fear against immigrants. And later on, the second half of the 19th century, we saw the Irish and the Chinese immigrants being discriminated against. Later on, it was Eastern Europeans, Italians, Jews, anybody new, anybody different. Women, of course, didn't get suffrage until the 20th century. But with all that discrimination, I think we really need to be cognizant of one fact, that the situation for African Americans is vastly different in nature and degree because it was rooted in slavery, and slavery was a legal system that existed for over 3 centuries in this country. Who's heard of Justice Thurgood Marshall? I'm sure the rest of you will. He gave another reason in his 1978 opinion in an important affirmative action case, and we'll talk about soon, the Bakke case, why discrimination against black Americans was different in nature and degree. He said, blacks are not just another ethnic group or religious group. They're a race whose historical and persistent subordination makes it impossible to analogize their experience to that of other groups. Black Americans had been subjected to hundreds of years of racial hierarchy, and that had fairly well ensured that the racial subordination of black Americans' experience was different in nature and degree from the subordination various other ethnic groups experienced. So if you look at the slave trade, which I know you've looked at various points, from 1526 to 1867, when it ended, 12.5 million people were shipped from Africa to this part of the world. 10.7 million arrived in one of the Americas, not necessarily our part of the Americas. 270,000 enslaved Africans were brought to North America between 1700 and 1770. It just kept going on. And though Congress outlawed the slave trade in 1808, it didn't mean the slave trade ended, it just means no more ships were sailing. Domestic slave trade flourished, and it flourished until 1860. And how did it end? It ended with the Emancipation Proclamation in 1865. But that was very limited, and that was another executive order. I know we're hearing a lot about executive orders, and some candidates are talking about repealing executive orders which are illegal or an illegal or gross overstatement of the president's power. But in fact, the executive orders we looked at before, signed by Kennedy, Johnson, Nixon, and Reagan for affirmative action, as well as the Emancipation Proclamation. These were executive orders, the power of the president. And what Lincoln did, he used his War Powers Act as Commander-in-Chief of the Army and the Navy, and what it did was change the legal status of enslaved people in slave-holding states that were in rebellion. That's not all of the states. So what that did was immediately freed slaves in states that were in rebellion. And as the northern, that was about 200,000 slaves, and then as the Northern Army advanced and took over more territory, then those enslaved persons became free, and it increased until the end of the Civil War. But there were 2 states that were not in rebellion, Delaware and Kentucky, and so those states still had slavery until the 13th Amendment. The 13th Amendment, which was ratified in 1865, abolished slavery throughout the United States, and then the 15th Amendment, ratified in 1870, was another one of those Reconstruction amendments that prohibited the states from depriving people of the right to vote because of race. Unfortunately, women were not allowed to vote. There were other forms of disenfranchisement. For example, property ownership and illiteracy, but race was outlawed as a basis for denial of voting. Okay? Now, after the Civil War ended, before I forget, I want to talk about the 14th Amendment. But, wait. After the Civil War ended, there was a lot of disagreement among the leaders of government as well as among the people about how to treat the Confederate States and the freed slaves. And a lot of Southerners were reacting very negatively to the end of the Civil War. Of course, they had lost. And 95% of the newly freed people, formerly slaves, were living in the South. Well, President Lincoln had been assassinated, and we had Vice President Johnson, who was a Southerner, was the president. He really wanted to get things moving. Let's get those Southern states back in there. He appointed military governors to rule the former Confederate states until they could organize a new civilian government. And the white Southerners were really up in arms about this. They wanted to restore self-rule, and most of the old Confederate states held constitutional conventions, and white people were allowed to vote. And it really came as no surprise that the provisional governments in those states were completely white. By the end of the year, most of the states had held elections, and ex-Confederate leaders were actually winning elections for state government. So they began to pass laws often limiting the freedom of slaves, and they often mirrored some of the laws that had taken place in colonial times that were restrictive. What we saw happen then, we had a 14th Amendment to the Constitution that was passed in 1868. And it's one of these amendments, if you've ever studied the Constitution in depth, you will see that the 14th Amendment, Equal Protection Clause, is cited over and over again, and it's a basis for much litigation today because it affords equal protection under the law. It was said to be the most important constitutional change in the history since the Bill of Rights. It declares all persons born or naturalized in the United States, except Native Americans, to be both national and state citizens. So you're not just citizens of North Carolina or New Jersey, you're also a citizen of the United States. And your state cannot abridge your right. Your state, if you live in New Jersey cannot pass laws that abridge your right under the Constitution as a citizen of the United States. So what happened was Southern states started, in fear of these changes, pushing back against the exercise of rights by African Americans, black codes, which we cannot, I see we have a lot to cover, Civil Rights Act of 1966, appearance of the Ku Klux Klan, and then we had the Jim Crow laws. Now who has studied the Jim Crow laws? You guys? The Jim Crow laws were state and local laws that mandated separate but equal status for black Americans. And when you talk about separate but equal status, it means that two separate systems are being set up. So these separate but equal situations extended to public schools, public places, public transportation, trains, buses, etc. All of the southern states passed these laws, and some of the western states too. States and cities were able to impose legal punishments against people who actually got together with people of another race, through marriage in a business setting or in a social setting. There were laws that prohibited white female nurses in hospitals from working in rooms in which black men were patients. Restaurants couldn't serve white and black people in the same room. Train cars had to be set up and provided. And separate billiard halls, interestingly, separate graveyards, separate fishing facilities, separate boating, separate libraries, separate barber shops, separate baseball teams, as you probably all know. And to enforce that, we saw the rise of the Ku Klux Klan, which struck terror in the hearts of lots of people. So this is happening, keep this in mind, 30 years after the end of the Civil War, 30 years after the Reconstruction Amendments, equal protection, and we have the Jim Crow laws. We also had the Supreme Court starting to weigh in. And the civil rights cases of 1883 and Plessy v. Ferguson, these are two important Supreme Court cases that reinforced and embodied the principle of separate but equal. The civil rights cases in 1883 were 5 separate cases in which black persons were denied the same accommodations in a hotel or an inn. And those actions violated the Civil Rights Act of 1875 because that had established equality of all people. But the Supreme Court said that these were permissible because they were private acts of racial discrimination, private wrongs, and the government's not going to get involved. So already we're seeing here a pullback on the promise of the 14th Amendment. Then in 1896, we have Plessy v. Ferguson, and this was a historic ruling because the Supreme Court held that racially separate but equal facilities did not violate the Constitution. So in 1890, Louisiana, the state of Louisiana passed the Separate Car Act. That's the state acting, and it mandated separate cars on trains for blacks and whites. And there was a gentleman named Homer Plessy, a light-skinned black man. He got on the whites-only car. Nobody knew he was a black man, but he wanted to make a test case, and he did. He was arrested, and he challenged the law. So this is an act by the state of the state again, and the court upheld Louisiana's law. They had no trouble ruling that Louisiana could do that as long as the railroad train provided separate cars and the cars were equal. There was one dissenter on the court, and his name was Justice Harlan, and he believed that that decision would convey the message to the country that it's possible for the court to defeat the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. He was concerned that 30 years after the passage of those amendments, the Supreme Court is saying it's okay. So he also worried that what we were doing was setting up a superior class and an inferior class, and he said as much. This is a gentleman who was a former slave owner. He said, in the view of the Constitution, in the eye of the law, there's no superior dominant ruling class of citizens. There's no caste here. Our Constitution is colorblind, and neither knows nor tolerates classes among citizens. What happened, though, over the next 100 years was that the words colorblind was seized by people. And does anybody have an idea what would happen if other courts would say the Constitution is colorblind? How could that be used differently from the way it was intended? If the Constitution is colorblind, can we look at race for the good, to promote good things? Courts were beginning to say no. If the Constitution is colorblind, then opponents of racial equality could use it and turn it from a shield against racial discrimination to a sword to further racial discrimination. That's a common term that's used in the law, turning something from a sword to a shield. You might hear that if you've studied any of these cases in history, which I'm sure you will. So the intention of the passers of the law are being turned around because the intent to promote equality was not the same in all parts of the country. So let's just talk about the Supreme Court for a minute, because if you don't know, if you're not a senior or a junior as we're studying, you may not know how this works. So the United States Supreme Court is the highest federal court in the country, and it was established right away. Article 3 of the Constitution establishes the Supreme Court. Now, it's not generally a trial court. You're not going to. It occasionally would be a court of original jurisdiction, which means original jurisdiction is where the actual trial takes place. It's the first court to hear that case. Most often it exercises appellate jurisdiction. Who knows what the word appellate jurisdiction means? Anybody? Appellate jurisdiction is where you're hearing appeals from cases that were decided by other courts, either state courts or federal courts, where constitutional issues are raised. Right? Now, the Supreme Court has 9 justices. There's 1 Chief Justice and 8 Associate Justices. And the justices are nominated by the President and confirmed by the Senate. They serve for life unless they decide to retire. Who are our current justices? We have John Roberts, who is our Chief Justice, and then we have 7 other justices. We had 8 until the death of Justice Antonin Scalia. So there is a vacancy on the court. That means there are 8 justices hearing cases, but cases need to be decided by a majority. And you can't get a majority of 8 out of 8 if there's a 4-4 tie. Now, Justice Kagan, one of the liberal judges on the Supreme Court who was appointed by President Obama, has recused herself from a couple of cases that have been heard this term. And one was a case that was argued just this week, which was a case regarding the right to abortion. And the other case in which she recused herself was Fisher v. Texas, which is the latest affirmative action case before the court. The Fisher case, and she recused herself for an interesting reason, because she's Solicitor General. She's Solicitor General was Solicitor General of the United States during the Obama administration. Does anyone know what the Solicitor General does? Solicitor General is a lawyer who actually represents the United States in cases in front of the Supreme Court. So she was involved in some of the cases that have made their way to the Supreme Court now. So she's taken aside on those cases already. So once you do that, once you have a conflict and you're a judge, you must recuse yourself. R-E-C-U-S-E, you recuse yourself. So if you are a judge in New Jersey and a case comes before you and one of the parties to the case was your kid's 5th grade teacher, you got to recuse yourself. If it's your neighbor, if your wife knows that person, your husband knows that person, you need to recuse yourself. If you, as in your old life, if you worked on a case that was related to that case, as a lawyer, you recuse yourself. All right? So the notion of separate but equal that came up in Plessy v. Ferguson meant that we could have separate but equal public schools. And they existed in America legally for many years. The situation for separate but equal was not really limited to the South. So we had something called the Great Migration. Do you know what the Great Migration was? Yes.
Migration to the north?
Yes, it was a migration to the north. Has anyone heard of the Great Migration? Thank you. What was it? What else can you tell us about?
But it's not to do with like land from east or
Exactly. There were huge problems in the South after the end of after the Civil War. There was also an economic downturn in the South. The cotton industry was not doing well, and there were Jim Crow laws. People were living in fear of their lives, and so they picked up and moved north in huge numbers. 200,000 African Americans. Just think about this for a minute. 200,000 in a 10-year period from 1900 to 1910. Then the next 10 years, 1910 to 1920, 500,000, 500,000 people. In the 1920s, 800,000. And then in the 1930s, during the Depression, 400,000. So that is 1.9 million African Americans who migrated from the South to the North from 1900 to 1940. So that change in the North also caused a lot of consternation in some of the northern cities, because the northern cities were not necessarily prepared to absorb great numbers of people. And the cities, they moved to the cities where there was some industry and some jobs. There was fear, as there is today, when people move in. You see when you look at what's going on in Europe. when migrants from other countries are fleeing oppression in their countries, and they land in Greece, they land in Turkey, so or in the colonizers. In this country, we talk about building walls. Well, there was similar sentiment in the north. There was a lot of segregation in the north as well, in housing, and it came up about just naturally because folks were looking for housing where there were jobs, but also because by policies and practices in real estate, known as steering and redlining, those have continued. They continue today in some instances, even though they are against the law, where real estate agents show properties to people where they think they should be living, not where they necessarily have a right to live. The NAACP is does anyone know what it stands for?
National Association for the Advancement of Colored Peoples.
Right. Founded in 1909. And later on they developed an NAACP legal defense and education. And they took on a bunch of cases that were designed to challenge what was going on in the country. They were one of the big fears of African Americans living in this country, especially in the South, but also in the North, was lynching. In 1930, and I think that also played a great part when there's fear of physical and bodily harm, of the freedom to move about and also to flee the South. In the 1930s, NAACP commissioned what was called the Margot Report. It provided information on the disparities between black and white elementary schools, and it became the basis for the successful reversal of the separate but equal doctrine. So in the 1930s, the NAACP began to take on civil rights cases designed to challenge busing. In 1935, you had a gentleman called Charles Houston. He became their chief counsel. He was Howard University Law School dean, and he had a strategy on school segregation cases that he wanted to bring forward. And he had a young protege called Thurgood Marshall. Have you heard of Thurgood Marshall? You know who he was? Thurgood Marshall was a lawyer with the NAACP, but he also became Supreme Court Justice. So he argued cases that were precursors to Brown v. Board of Education. And he also wrote one of the opinions that we'll be looking at later. There were many cases that were being called precursors to Brown v. Board of Education. Brown v. Board of Education was a 1954 case that came out of Kansas. There were 5 cases and they were consolidated and brought to the Supreme Court together. And that happens often. Can anyone guess why you might consolidate a case before the Supreme Court? Consolidate a bunch of cases before the Supreme Court?
They all deal with the same issue or similar issue.
They all deal with the same issue or similar issues, and it's much more efficient for the Supreme Court to deal with it that way. Now, in order to get before the Supreme Court, you've got to appeal to the Supreme Court to take your case. You ask the court for certiorari, will you listen to my case? Now, these days, the court's getting hundreds of appeals. Please listen to our case. And they're only going to grant 80, listen to 80 cases. And although the volume then may not have been as great, they're still selective about what they're going to listen to, what they're going to hear, and what they're going to have to argue, and what you brief and argue. So they consolidated 5 cases coming out of Kansas that all dealt with a similar issue. I don't want to spend too much time on the precursors, but most of them involved law school and higher education. For example, Maryland, law school rejected black applicants solely because they're black. So Thurgood Marshall, who was himself rejected from that school, he challenged it. He argued, this gentleman is just as qualified as that gentleman. You cannot deny him admission solely on the basis of his race. That was a Court of Appeals case in Maryland. It didn't go to the Supreme Court, but others did go to the Supreme Court. in case after case going to the Supreme Court. What some schools did was, white schools did was, okay, we'll set up a separate black law school. How's that? The court said, no, that's not going to be good. You're going to have to let this gentleman into your law school. The Equal Protection Clause requires you to provide a legal education for this man that is just as good and in the same facility as your white students. Case after case, Texas had a white law school, they set up a black law school, no, not good. Missouri, white law school, set up a black law school, no, not good, same law school. And we had a woman who wanted to be a dentist in Oklahoma, unanimous decision of the Supreme Court in 1948. You've got a letter in there, don't bother setting up a black law school for one student, which is what they were doing. Finally, we could have come to ground with the Board of Education. These cases all came out of Kansas. Each case was different, but the main issue in every case was the same. Can the state sponsor segregated schools? So Thurgood Marshall handled these cases. He was the lawyer. So the justices had a dilemma on their hands, to tell you the truth. They were not really sure what to do at this point. And it was 1952 when the cases first came out. And Thurgood Marshall argued the cases. He argued them saying that separate but equal violated the protection clause. Now, the justices were very divided over these cases in 1953 when they were deliberating them, and most wanted to reverse the Plessy v. Ferguson separate but equal doctrine, but they all had different reasons for doing so, and they just couldn't figure out which reason to publish in their decision. This often happens. The judges will get together and they'll say, how do you want to go on this? Sometimes they'll each write an opinion. Sometimes you'll get 6 or 7 or 8 opinions out of one case, and it's all a big hodgepodge. And very hard for folks to figure out what's controlling. So what they decided to do was, let's rehear this case in December of 1953. And what happened while they were sitting in this case was the Chief Justice died. His name was Fred Vinson, and he was replaced by Governor Earl Warren. As you continue to study in history and as juniors and seniors, you'll learn about the Warren Court. Chief Justice Warren was able to do something that the other justices were not going to do without him. He brought them all together to agree on a unanimous decision and declared segregation in public schools unconstitutional. He delivered the opinion of the court in May of 1954, and he said, we conclude that in the field of public education, the doctrine of separate but equal has no place. Separate educational facilities are inherently unequal. Now, that's pretty clear cut. But I can tell you that for at least the next 10 years, not much happened in the way of ending separate but equal. Does anyone have any idea why that might be? What do you think?
Because although segregation in schools is legal, it can still segregate like buses, busing to school, the competition getting to school.
That's right, that's one reason. Anybody else? Good.
The prejudices of the general population, per se, like, yeah, I can't have a person of color in my school because I'm white, and apparently, well, not apparently, exactly, white supremacy was a very massive theme amongst
right.
institutions.
Now, you have an idea?
Maybe
that's very good, Brenda.
The teachers they got in the classrooms, maybe they'll be able to put them teachers depending on their age.
That's true. So, what the Supreme Court didn't do something that there was something that we can put on their shoulders. They basically said, okay, separate but equal is unequal. But there's something that was missing. And it's called an enforcement plan. So it's interesting that Justice Felix Frankfurter, who has a funny name, but was an interesting jurist, on the Supreme Court said, in 1953, he said, the worst thing you can do, Supreme Court, is decide this case and just leave it out there with no enforcement power, with no plan. And that's kind of what happened. There was a lot of opposition, as you said, and the court didn't immediately try to give direction to the states for how to implement the rule. Instead, they went to the attorneys general of all the states with the bad laws and said, submit plans to us on how you're going to proceed with the desegregation. So that's kind of like asking the foxes to guard the chicken coops, if you know that expression. If we're having a problem in the southern states, you're going to ask the attorney, and who have opposed segregation, you're going to ask the attorneys general of those states to come up with plans. So there was a little bit of hemming and hawing, as you might imagine. And the Supreme Court kind of backed off the plan, and they didn't get much support from other branches of Congress. So, other branches of the government, rather, from Congress or the President, Eisenhower at the time. So we had a ruling that was, in some respects, hollow. 10 years after Brown was decided, no southern school system had actually been desegregated. And as you seem to have guessed, the segregation was supported in various ways. School boards would go to court, they would refuse to act. People who tried to integrate the schools would experience violence. And some jurisdictions, when somebody sued them and said, hey, what's going on here, said, wait a minute, the Constitution said, well, we can't discriminate, but it doesn't mean we have to actually integrate the schools. So we saw this going on for quite a while. What Justice Frankfurter said was interesting. Nothing could be worse from my point of view than for this court to make an abstract declaration that segregation is bad and then have it evaded by tricks. One of the states that was the master at trickery was Virginia, with an interesting character called Senator Harry Byrd. He was a Democrat who served in the Senate for 32 years. He coined the term massive resistance in 1956 to actually start a movement among some of the southern states to oppose sex integration. He was a former governor of Virginia, and he was a member of the Ku Klux Klan. I believe he resigned from the Klan before running for the Senate. I could be wrong about that, but so this was a common practice in the southern states. And the NCAA decided, the NAACP decided this is where we're going to start. We're going to pursue some cases, and that's what they did. We're getting into affirmative action cases in the Supreme Court, but before we look at only Supreme Court cases, we have a case in the Fifth Circuit, U.S. v. Jefferson County Board of Education. I talk about circuits. Who knows what a circuit is in the federal court system? Anybody? So
the simplest terms are the courts below the Supreme Court. So if you're appealing a case, you'd appeal to the First Circuit and the Second, the Third. And I believe there's 8 of them.
There's 9.
9.
I believe they're divided. The country's divided up into circuits. So New York actually, for example, New York is the Second Circuit, and it's got its own. Does it have its own circuit? I can't remember, but some circuits had 7 or 8 states, and then as the states grew, they added other circuits. So the Fifth Circuit was a pretty important circuit, and it used to have Florida, Alabama, Louisiana, Texas, Georgia, and Mississippi. And there were 12 deep school desegregation cases in Jefferson County Board of Education. That's a lot of cases coming out of one. And this was a 3-judge panel that was led by someone called John Minor Wisdom. He was the Chief Justice. He listened to these cases and found out that in Alabama, as of 1965, December 1965, which is 10 years after Brown, out of a statewide total of almost 300,000, there were 30,000 African American students. 0.4% were enrolled with white students. And in Louisiana, 0.7% of the black students were enrolled with white students. So there had been no start at all made towards desegregation of the schools until 1965. He took 6 months to write his opinion. He wanted to get it right. He wanted to talk about colorblindness. And we talked about that before when the court said the Constitution is colorblind, and I said that could be, those words could be turned on their head. And that's what was happening. Wait a minute, the Constitution's colorblind. We're going to solve discrimination and racial inequality, but we're not going to look at race. So all of our, we can't look at race because the Constitution is colorblind. He said the Constitution is both colorblind and color conscious. To avoid conflict with the Equal Protection Clause, a classification that denies a benefit, causes a harm, or imposes a burden must not be based on race. In that sense, the Constitution is colorblind. But the Constitution is color conscious to prevent discrimination and undo the effects of past discrimination. That criterion is the relevance of color to a legitimate government purpose. So what he's saying is we can look at race as long as there's a legitimate government purpose and that we're looking to advance. Okay? So that was a pretty big deal. The next one was Green v. County School Board of New Penn County. That was a Supreme Court case in 1968, the first affirmative action case. And this was a case that was decided by judges who said, wait a minute, you're giving people freedom of choice. Go to whatever school you want. But what's happening? Look at those statistics. People are not choosing to integrate. And he said, rather than the Green Court said that freedom of choice plans are not working. We are requiring affirmative action to achieve integrated schools. So this was a case in which affirmative action was down, and affirmative steps must be taken. In 1960, running out of time. So what had happened in Green, quickly in Virginia, was the Supreme Court did find that the country was operating a dual system of schools. Every facet of school operations was separate. Everything, faculty, staff, transportation, extracurricular activities, school buildings, there were two separate school systems. And this was a case decided by Justice William Brennan. That the burden on the school board today is to come forward with a plan that promises realistically to work, not a plan that's designed not to work. This didn't go over well with the folks in Virginia, and some teachers and administrators left. There was a cross burning. This was very common in those days, and those of us who were alive then, watching television, saw this frequently on the TV news. But the impact of that decision was widespread, and at last schools said, we've got to move. We'll be in violation of this order of the Supreme Court. The Department of Housing, Education, and Welfare, we have the Department of Education and the Department of Housing, Education, and Welfare were responsible for monitoring, and they did. And new Supreme Court cases quickly followed the logic. We had Casey Swan, which I don't think I've written here. We had Swan v. Charlotte Mecklenburg. We had McDaniel v. Barisi. You will never remember those names, I know, but these cases did reinforce the idea that separate but equal was no longer going to work, and integration of American public schools was well underway. So, in just a few years, before Green was decided, 32% of black students in the South were attending integrated schools, and 3 years later, the number was 79%. Now, the case that brought affirmative action in higher education to national prominence was this case called the Vaki case. Has anyone heard of the Vaki case? And you've heard of it because? Okay. Who knows something? Who wants to share something about Vaki?
So it was basically...
You have to speak real loud because you're being here for posterity.
A student was denied acceptance, I believe, to the university, and he said that the university had a quota system for accepting minorities, and he said that was discrimination against
Does anybody remember, does anybody have anything to add to the background of the case? Anybody else in the class? How about what happened? Does anybody want to share that with us?
Well, basically, the Supreme Court decided that a quota system for affirmative action is unconstitutional, but affirmative action itself is not unconstitutional, but it's inherently suspect.
Right, bingo, very good. That's exactly right. This was medical school, right? 2 years in a row he applied, and he said that there were 16 seats allegedly set aside for minority students out of a class of 100. Now that constitutes what? That's a quota system, and the court said that's unconstitutional. And in the end, what happened to that? Was he admitted? So the trial court, which they had a trial, first of all, they actually did. This Supreme Court is not looking at, not hearing any witnesses. In the Supreme Court has the entire record. So everything is available to the Supreme Court to hear this case. There are briefs, and exhibits are attached. And the Supreme Court justices have clerks who will go through all that, because the justices probably are not able to do all of that for all cases. So they're hearing lawyers stand up and argue their side based on what went on in the lower courts. So the trial court said it was a quota. The California Supreme Court used a strict scrutiny standard, and strict scrutiny is what you have to give any time a very serious constitutional principle is implicated. So they found that there could have been other ways to achieve racial integration and affirmative action without using quotas. Now, the thing about Vaki that's interesting is there were so many different opinions. Justice Powell, he had an opinion. Brennan, White, Marshall, and Blackmun, they had their opinion. Stevens, Rehnquist, Stewart and Rehnquist, Powell announced support judgment. He filed an opinion. He expressed his views. White joined in some parts. Marshall joined in other parts. Brennan joined in other parts. But everybody had a little piece of something to say about the Vaki case. So it's a very complicated case. But in the end, it said that affirmative action is permissible, but it must be done in the least restrictive way, and quotas are not permissible. So there was that. Now, what happened is that California, University of California, this was a state school, by the way, UC system. California has a huge system, and graduate schools and undergraduate schools, Berkeley, Davis, Santa Barbara, who else? UCLA. And then medical schools, dental schools, and they banned, California said enough, they've just banned affirmative action in all the UC systems. And that was their solution to the issue of problem of what you do. One of the things that, I told you there were very many different opinions in in Backy, and you might want to, if you are interested, take the time to read some of them because you really get a flavor of good history for all the different competing interests that were going on. And Justice Marshall, Thurgood Marshall, who's a well-known figure in the civil rights movement as well as on the Supreme Court, he wrote a very interesting analysis of color blindness. And anybody who's interested might want to follow up on what he had to say. So after Backy, there were two other cases with set-asides. There was Fullalove and there was Adirond. And you are not going to remember these, but I want you to take one thing away from Adirond. This is an employment, this is a case in which this has nothing to do with the schools. This is contracting, this is employment. Federal affirmative action programs are constitutional when they are narrowly tailored. Those are other words you're going to hear as you continue to look at the Supreme Court and the civil rights cases. Narrowly tailored to accomplish a compelling government interest, such as remedying discrimination. So the standard's going to be, are they narrowly tailored? Is there a way to do this without being being less restrictive? Can we do this way? Or is there another way that's going to be less intrusive for other people, or infringe on other people's rights? And is there a compelling government interest, such as remedying discrimination? So the Adirond court, that was Justice O'Connor, yes, she said, it is a compelling government interest to remedy discrimination. But we have to we're going to give very strict scrutiny to this, and we are going to try to do it in the least restrictive way. So like I said, the Regents of California banned affirmative action. It passed the law in 1995. 1997, graduate schools first, and then the following year for undergraduate admissions. Texas had an interesting case, and that was a precursor to setting up the Fisher v. Texas case. And Fisher v. Texas is what? Who knows what Fisher v. Texas is?
It's one of the latest cases concerning affirmative action.
Fisher v. Texas, right, is before the court now. And Fisher v. Texas is involving the University of Texas.
Yeah, it's a girl who really almost always is dreaming of going to the University of Texas, and she applied and was rejected, I believe, because her seat was given to someone who was helped by affirmative action. I'm not quite sure about the details of that.
Right, look, we can talk about those in a minute.
The other girl, the girl that was rejected, had better marks than the woman that was influenced by affirmative action. The other girl got
Okay, and so she is 25 years old now, and she is a graduate of Louisiana State University, and she's working. And it is an interesting notion that one of the arguments that was made was that she may or may not have had standing to sue. And standing to sue is another legal concept that you need to be aware of. You can't just say, I'm suing, I'm bringing a lawsuit, I'm taking this to the Supreme Court. You have to have standing. Does anyone know what standing is? Can anyone help us out with that? Say that again? There has to be. Right. You have to have, there has to be a controversy, right? There has to be a real controversy, and it has to really impact you. So I can't sue if you have a controversy, and I don't have one. It's got to be yours. So the fact that she's already graduated and is not going to benefit from the remedy here, then it is a question about whether the woman has standing actually be basically court. But she is, nevertheless. Okay, so Texas, the reason she's suing is because of something that happened in Texas. There was a case called Texas v. Hopwood. A young woman was was denied admission to Texas Law School, and appealed, she brought a lawsuit rather. The university won, she appealed, then she took it up to the Court of Appeals, she won there. The decision was changed, but by then, the University of Texas had changed that program, so there was no more program to fight about. So Judge Ruth Bader Ginsburg said, you changed the program. We're not going to listen to this appeal. Unfortunately, that meant that the law was in a state of flux or change. It wasn't clear because Texas and some other states that had cases that were similar were left where they were with a lower court. So what Texas did was adopt the Texas 10% rule, and that's where Miss Abigail Fisher is, that's the plan under which she's suing. So the Texas 10% plan is everybody who goes to a school in Texas, anybody who goes to Texas high school, if you graduate in the top 10% of your high school, you go to the University of Texas. So now, do you remember what Miss Fisher's complaint was?
I don't think she made the top 10, should she?
Say that?
Did she make the top 10? I don't remember if she did.
The Texas 10% plan means that someone who goes to a high school and has grades that are inferior to hers, because that's what's going on in their high school, can get into the University of Texas. So Texas's plan is 5%. So we have a very few minutes left. We're going to skip a lot, but okay. I just want to leave you with the Fisher case because we're going to be hearing a decision in Fisher sometime between now and June. She said that the Texas plan take 10% of every student who goes to high school, and top 10% of every student in high school in Texas gets to go to the University of Texas. And it's a very prestigious, wonderful school system. And then if there are any seats left over, then you can look at their whole application, and you can look at many things. You can look at grades, you can look at test scores, activities, and race, and ethnic, and geography. Because colleges have an interest in, we've talked about this in group guidance, and you all know it. Colleges are not admitting students, we said they're admitting a class. They're trying to build a class of 2019 or 2020. Seniors are going to be part of the college class of 2020. They want to admit a class. They don't want, if all the smartest kids are from Connecticut, they don't want a class looking from Connecticut. They want a geographically diverse class. They want kids who play on different teams, who have different interests, different ages, different countries represented, different states represented, different racial and ethnic groups represented. And to do that, if those colleges are the University of Texas, then first they have to take the top 10%, and then there will be about 80% of the class will be filled, there will be about 20% left. And then they look at all those other factors. So again, we've got 8 judges now going to decide this case. 7 rather, because Justice Elena Kagan worked on this case when she was Solicitor General of the United States. So she's recused herself, and we are waiting to see what happens. Justice Scalia expressed his disagreement with affirmative action during oral arguments. Did anyone hear about that? Okay, you can listen to the argument that actually took place by going to Supreme Court blog. I will send you the link, and you can sit down and listen to the Supreme Court argument in Fisher v. Texas or any other case. It's one of the most fascinating things that you can do because there's a lot of give and take, there's some joking, there's some laughing, and there's some real challenging questions. So if you want to know what the justices were thinking and try to predict where they're going to go with Fisher v. Texas, I encourage you to do that. It doesn't take that long, it's just about an hour, which is long, I guess, but it will give you some good insights into what might happen with the Fisher v. Texas case. You can also, if you're interested, listen to the arguments this week in the case about abortion facilities in the United States. That's something else that's going to be decided this term, which means by June. And then we're going to have some clarity on affirmative action. In the meantime, what we have is waiting for a decision. All right, strict scrutiny when reviewing challenges, consideration of race and ethnicity, and we want to see a compelling government interest, which we already have found we have, in promoting racial diversity and ending discrimination. In the last couple of minutes, does anyone have any questions?
Wait, do you want us to, are you going to send us all the link to that online?
I can do that. This is some sophomores and some seniors?
Freshmen.
And freshmen? Good. Wow. Good questions. You guys are really helpful.
Not a freshman, doesn't it?
Seriously. No, I will be happy to. I will be happy to send it to you. I will be happy to send it to you. I think it's a really interesting law. There's great information there about the history of the cases from the Supreme Court, but also, and you can also read the briefs, which are pretty meaty and heady, and take a lot of time, but the discussions are good. Anybody else? Anybody else have a question? Affirmative action is a good question. Does affirmative action apply to people who are less privileged or less money? Well, affirmative action, if you just take the bare term affirmative action, any action that is done in an affirmative way, that you're doing something, affirmative action is an action that's designed to improve, increase. You can say that financial aid programs, merit scholarship programs that are not based on merit but based on financial aid could be seen as ways that universities benefit people who have less money. There are other types of affirmative action in higher ed. Legacy. Who knows what legacy is? If your father went to St. Peter's Prep, you're going to get 15 points on anybody else. Done? Okay. Thank you.
good enough to hear? How is it now if I speak over here? Can you still hear me?
No, but it was that other cord that was bad.
Oh, okay.
So let's put in.
A different mic. Are you getting sound? If I stand over here?
It's about 5 decibels less, but it's
Okay.
still like bouncing into the yellow.
Okay, so here's my question. Should the mic be, should we put it in the front, like right over there, or
Yes.
any?
In the front right over there. You got enough cord?
Yeah. That's okay, good. Well, that'll be better then, right?
Everyone is the smartest. Yeah, that's the good part. I mean, I'm lucky enough to be one of like the higher level but still, because I'm in those, I'm still like 5 but it also means they have these like connection problems. And then there's one kid in our business class who's just like, it takes everyone because they want to try them like a couple days or 5 minutes. It's like, okay, like now we know who the genius down the hall is. Yep. I have another friend in the class who's in my roommate. It makes that life so much easier. He's gonna come out of slot. Oh, which?
Yale alumna?
Yeah. As we all know, styles are
Styles are.
Well, I would disagree with this wrong.
That was actually my presentation to my mom. Yeah, we talked about
Really interesting. As we get started in this session, we need to bring some people up in the front, take a seat on the floor. That's what we have.
There's plenty of seats back here, please, out first. If there's an empty seat in your row, please scoot over so that it's filled with.
And you can also come forward and come right to the front. We have 2 seats up here in the front, and then plenty of room on the floor. Thank you. Great. What I'd like to have is just a couple of remarks as we get started. When we have to continue these conversations on race here. I think race and racism and racial issues are prevalent in our society today. It is impossible to watch a news program, to read a newspaper or magazine without somewhere in there finding some discussion of race and the legacy of racism in the United States these days. And the more you are tuned to it, I think the more you see it. And that's one thing I think has been kind of a growing awareness, I think, in my own mind and here among the members of the faculty as well. So it's important that we have some opportunity here within PrEP to talk about what's going on in our culture and our country today, especially around these topics of race and racism. And we've organized a number of different discussions, conversations, and presentations these days. We've done it as well last year, and I'm sure that we'll continue. I'd like to add a bit of an overview or inspiration from Pope Francis, who talks about the importance of dialogue. And really, that's what this is. These conversations are bringing us together in some dialogue. And this was a quote that he had when he was speaking to priests, pastors, in July of 2014. He talked about the importance of dialogue and identity. He said, dialogue is important, but to dialogue, two things are necessary. One's own identity as a starting point, and empathy toward others. You cannot dialogue without starting from your own identity. And empathy, which is a priori, not condemning. Every man and every woman has something of their own to give us. And every man and every woman has their own story, their own situation, and we have to listen to it. Then the prudence of the Holy Spirit will tell us how to respond. So I'd ask that all of us today enter into the dialogue that we have, not just in this room this morning, but also in our life here at PrEP, with that sense of understanding who you are and then that empathy and being open to others. We are very pleased and proud to have with us two members of the freshman class at Yale University. Clark Burnett, who's probably known to all of us here, graduate of the prep class of 2015, and a classmate of his, Mojik Tyler, who is native of New York City, who is also at Yale this year as a freshman. And they accepted our invitation to come down and speak about what's been going on for them as students at Yale. So I'd like to turn it over and welcome you to prep.
All right, thank you, Mr. D'Angelo, for having us. Hello to all the prepsters. It's been a while. Not really. It was just really last year. So I was your student council class president last year, and if you haven't seen me before, you will have at least heard my voice in the morning saying like, hey, you have 5 minutes to get to class. So I'm here because of Twitter, actually. I received a tweet from Mr. Giglio a few months ago saying like, hey, I'd like to reach you, I'd like to talk about, we're talking about race in a few workshops coming up at PrEP, and we'd like to have a workshop about being an activist. And you may have heard about some of the things that have happened at Yale, last semester. And I thought to myself, like, what do I really know about activism, Last year I helped stage the die-in here, but outside of that, I don't know if I would call myself an activist. So I thought, like, who do I know in the Yale community? Who have I met in recent months? And Mojik Tyler very much fits that definition, and I'll let him introduce himself right now.
Hi, I'm Mojik Tyler. I graduated from Bard High School at LA College in Manhattan last year. I grew up in Brooklyn, so not too far away from you guys. And really last year I got caught up in a lot of the activism that was going on in New York around Mike Brown and Eric Garner. I'd been around stuff like that my whole life because of my parents, but that was when I really began to sort of organize for things. And then, of course, I came to Yale, and in our first semester, the school underwent a lot of changes that I'm sure some of you have heard about. There were lots of protests on campus. There were sort of marches. There were new communities created that didn't exist before. And it's interesting to see where it all starts. Because sometimes it just starts with people, on Facebook or on Twitter and people coming out. But, my journey to becoming an organizer actually started in a room like this. Hearing someone talk to me about why someone, one person can have an effect, especially one person at sort of our age can have an effect on the activist community. And the person I was hearing from was Cornel West. And he was giving a speech in conjunction with another sort of friend of mine, Bob Avakian. And Cornel West talked about how we as people, we as sort of students, have a specific ability to influence the world around us that sometimes we are deprived of, or deprived of the knowledge of. We get told that, we're 14, 15, you can't actually be serious if you think that you're going to change your school, change the world. What do you know? And what Cornel said to this was, why not? Why can't someone at that age change their school or change the world around them or their community? Why should you, just because of your age, be deprived of that power? And that's when I realized what I hadn't before, which is that I had a part to play in stuff. And so that's a large part of what put me on the track to standing here today.
So maybe for the next 40 minutes, I will be asking Mojique a number of questions. Mojique has very strong opinions, so if you feel inclined to to press him on something, or to follow up, or to ask, or to interject, immediately, please, we'd encourage that. And then at the end, we'll open it up to a more formal Q&A session.
I'm a debater, so I'm used to people just standing up and asking me things. So if people want to do that, that's fine.
Yeah.
And we'll leave some time at the end for general questions.
Yeah. Okay. So my first question, Mojique, is why is activism, we're here right now talking about activism, why is that a relevant discussion? So what has been happening in current events? What movements are happening, and why should we talk about it?
So when I talk to people in the activist community these days, people who I'm friends with in the circles that I worked in New York, the first thing that they tell me about sort of right now, the last 2 years or so, really the last 3 or 4 years, but the last 2 years, is that they have never seen a confluence of so many different activist movements really beginning to build steam as they have over these last 2 years, really since the civil rights movement. You had some of that happen in the 70s and 80s in the women's rights movement. I don't know if the names Combahee River Collective or Radical Lesbians mean anything to you guys, but it started to resurface again then. But really, the first time since the sort of late 60s, early 70s, that we've seen so many people come out and talk on so many different issues, and come out into the streets and protest around so many different issues, that people have really begun to take the power of running society into their own hands. And I think that's why we're all here. There have been people who have been, for instance, one of the things that really sparked this was the deaths of people like Mike Brown, Eric Garner, Freddie Gray, Rakia Boyd at the hands of the police. But that's been happening for years. We know that's been happening for years. The difference now is that when it happens, you often see thousands and thousands of people in cities across the country come out and voice their opinion, both by taking megaphones out into the streets and also just by occupying that space. So activism is important right now, not just because there are things in the world which we would like to see change. There are always things in the world which we would like to see change. The question now is what movements exist to try and change them. So you have the Black Lives Matter movement that really surfaced last year and still exists around the country. And that's been changing the dialogue as well. We had such a great quote from Pope Francis at the beginning about dialogue. now you have people like DeRay McKesson running for mayor of Baltimore. That wouldn't have happened a year ago. So the dialogue and the parameters of what's possible are being changed on a daily basis. And that means that anyone in this room or in this country has an ability to shape those parameters.
So we talk a bit about dialogue and having these discussions, but you can't just, say something and then have no one push back on that. So with Black Lives Matter, right, there's been, a growing faction of people who come back and say, what about all lives?
Yeah.
All lives matter. So how do you feel about that?
So this is actually a great question. I saw a cartoon a while back, which was, and some of you may have seen this, it got quite famous. There are two houses, and one of them's on fire and the other one isn't. A fire truck comes up, and one fireman's like, we have to put out the house that's on fire, and the other one says, all houses matter, we have to spread the water equally, and so the fire goes on longer. So the important thing I think to remember about the phrase Black Lives Matter is that it doesn't mean that other lives don't matter. It means that the fact that Black Lives Matter isn't being recognized in our society. So when we say Black Lives Matter, we don't mean that other lives don't. It's a recognition of the fact that for all lives to matter, Black lives must first matter to the country, to our politicians, to our law enforcement. So it's important to remember that the message isn't that all of these other lives don't matter, but rather that we need to make sure that all lives matter, we need to work towards a world in which Black lives do, because the fact that many other lives matter is already a given in a way that Black lives mattering isn't, which is why the phrasing is as it is today.
So there's a counter argument that people say, what do you mean Black Lives Matter? What makes you think that people would think Black lives don't matter? And many activists say, well, there's been police brutality, unarmed Black men getting shot in the streets, so obviously we need to say Black Lives Matter. Now the counter argument is, well, what if it were a Black cop shooting a white man? And I guess that has happened. So where's the discussion there is usually what the question is.
So this definitely happens, and there is discussion about it. Someone made this argument to me about a year ago, just after Bill O'Reilly had talked about a white guy who was shot by a Black cop, which happens with a far lower degree of frequency, but it does happen. And, that too is tragic. When this happened, Bill O'Reilly said, how come no one's talking about this? And it's funny, because a week before Bill O'Reilly talked about this on his show, none of the news channels covered this. The people who were talking about it were in fact the activists, were the people who had been a part of Black Lives Matter, and who were recognizing that even though this didn't fit into the specific trend that they were talking about the taking of Black and brown life by police, it was still part of a system of police brutality which has police in urban communities looking more like an army that's about to invade Fallujah than people who are helping to work out disputes in their community. The bill, I think it's 1038, provision that's, Order 1038, I think is the number, I might be getting that wrong, has a provision which is that army surplus can be given to the police forces around the country. And as a result, you now have police forces that have assault weapons and tanks that use them in their communities, which, is scary. We use these to, strike fear into the hearts of people overseas. They're definitely, I personally would make the arguments that we probably shouldn't be doing that in the way that we do either, but that one's more up for debate. But certainly, if those are the weapons of war we use against other populations, the fact that we use them against our own should be truly terrifying. The fact that you have, you have a new crowd control unit in New York that had, 100 police with machine guns. That I'm not sure how that fits into under the umbrella of crowd control.
So let's talk a little bit more about your personal experience, right, and your relationship to the police, right? So, I have family members who are in the police force. I'm sure many of you have family members who are in the police force. And then, there's the question of, these are good people that we know and love. As an activist, how do you find the line between, taking isolated situations and, pushing it on the whole police force, right? And you've been arrested, right?
Yeah.
So could you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. So I'll bring that in a second. But first I want to talk about the first part of this. And this is a question that has given me pause many times during my time, at talks like this, both giving and receiving talks like this, and in the streets when you're protesting. And having given it a lot of thought, there are definitely good people who are police officers. And I would be willing to admit, there are definitely people who came out and condemned. Not enough, certainly, uncannily few, but there are people who came out and condemned what was done to people like Eric Garner. But there is a structure that exists within the police force that seeks to demean and debase people who speak out against these things, and therefore you get a culture that this is natural. So we know about some of the shootings. A lot of people maybe don't know that the number of people who were killed by police last year was 1,200. So 100 a month, 3 people a day across the country. But you get a culture of this being naturalized. There were more young black men stopped in New York City in 2012. It's gone down slightly since then. Then there were young black men in New York City in 2012. So the uniform changes you. If you are part of an institution that is, and I don't just mean the uniform, but I mean this as a symbol. When you are part of a force that has as part of its parameters racial discrimination, then that racial discrimination becomes part of your job whether you want it to or not. So I would say definitely.
Would you say that racial discrimination, it sounds like you're saying that that's structurally part of what police officers do or what they're called to do, but how do you distinguish that from just the people themselves?
Oh, yeah. So this is the thing. I think, I've had lots of, friends, and I've met people who support policies that are probably quite important. For some of these people, it's mouths to feed. For other of these people, it's order and it's safety. And they believe that the job that they are doing warrants this treatment. So I don't think that by any means all people who are police officers are racist. I don't think that they're necessarily bad people. But when being a part of that police force, the police force is structured to be racist, which means that when you put on the uniform, you are called upon to be a part of racist acts, but that doesn't mean the people themselves are necessarily racist.
So I don't want this to be a one-sided discussion. So does anyone have any comments?
Yeah, I'd love to hear.
Are you talking about profiling?
That's part of it, yeah.
Profiling inside of? Can you speak on that?
What?
Can you speak on it? Can you speak on police profiling and how that's actually used inside of the actual institution?
Yeah. So there are a few ways in which this is done, and it's had sort of 3 main names, 3 main brandings over the past few years. So there's the stop and frisk, which was mostly developed with Police Chief Bratton under Mayor Rudy Giuliani in New York, and has since spread around a lot of the country. There were methods like this that we used all over the place in places like Chicago that had to do with stopping people who looked a certain way in certain neighborhoods and for different reasons. So there were different levels of frisk. Giuliani had the street crime unit, which would go around, and it became broken windows policing. So you police, instead of policing people, you police areas. So instead of policing people that look a certain way, you police areas that look a certain way. If you see broken windows, you assign more police officers there. And so this often results in more police officers in poorer communities, and it often ends up, given the quota systems that are employed, so this is something that people may not know, the police, you get promotions and things in the police force for fulfilling certain quotas. So if you give a certain amount of tickets or arrest a certain amount of people, then you are seen as doing your job better than other people in the police force. And so given the way that the quota system works, it means that certain communities and certain people get targeted. This is also played into by, how many of you guys know the word the phrase civil forfeiture? Okay, a few of you. So civil forfeiture is the act wherein, and this was developed originally as part of the war on drugs, where the government can bring a crime or a suit against property and seize the property without bringing a crime against the person who holds it. So if you as a policeman believe that money, for instance, was used in, or a car was used in a drug smuggling scandal, it allows you to indict the car or the money. It's complicated, but it means that you can therefore seize and impound that as evidence, which, the scary thing about it though, this was thought of to be able to make things like drug crimes easier to traffic, which is a whole nother can of worms. But what it ends up getting used for, there are some communities now, some police forces, that make significant portions, I think a third in Ferguson, in St. Louis, comes from fines and civil forfeiture. And this gets perpetrated against certain communities. So when you have the broken windows policing, if you send police into these poor communities, into these racialized communities, then you end up sort of having civil forfeiture being perpetrated against them. Now, there's sort of one more thing with people saying that we should end broken windows policing. There's one other thing that people have started to do, which is called statistical policing. So it says we record where crimes have been committed in the past, or where we've reported crimes in the past, and then we send more police officers to those areas. But if the data that you're taking comes from something like broken windows policing, if those are where you're stopping and frisking people, then as you can imagine, those areas would continue to be the same areas in which people of color continue to live. So it's gone through a lot of different names, but the profiling tactics often remain fairly similar.
All right, so unless anyone has anything to respond, yes?
What would you say to the argument that due to the difficulty of police officers' jobs, that the negative, media coverage towards them with the recent events that you were talking about, like Michael Brown, that it's increasing the difficulty of their job?
Yeah, so that's another argument that people talk about a lot. There have been 8 police officers that have been killed this year. And as news coverage would have you believe, those would be by people like protesters, people who'd been inspired by the protests. 7 of those police officers were killed by angry white men. The last one was killed by a black person. But I think that when you look at the actual effects that it's had, firstly, 2 things. I don't think that we've seen an increase. In fact, I think if you look at the statistics, there's been a decrease in the amount of crime that's been found and the amount of assaults on police officers that have been sort of perpetrated. But secondly, I think that police officers' jobs get easier when communities trust police officers. If police officers are truly meant to protect and serve the people, then their jobs are made easier when the people trust and do not fear the police officers. And therefore, when these types of concerns are aired, when the resentment that exists under the surface comes to the fore and policies start to be taken to radically change the way in which the police forces work. Now I'm sure if you guys follow the presidential race, people are beginning to talk about that. If you follow mayoral races, people are beginning to talk about that stuff. So as this stuff changes, I actually think that jobs will become easier because people will trust the police officers in their communities more.
Yeah, at the same time, I don't think it would be as simple as to say that, if you have more officers of color, then the problem is solved, because, my uncle is actually a police officer, and often he'll get from people of color in the public that, he's a traitor, or that he's a pig, or all of that. So yeah, this is an ongoing discussion.
Yeah.
I'd like to switch gears a little bit and talk about something that may be a bit more relatable to like most people here, which is like using social media to contribute to some sort of movement, right? And so there's an argument that posting something in solidarity with, a marginalized group could be considered slacktivism, right? That you're not actually doing something. Do you think that social media is valid? Do you think that it's slacktivism? Do you think that there's any power in that?
Yeah, I think there's definitely power in it. I think that oftentimes the recognition of that cause on social media for those who are able to take it further begets that kind of sort of more, begets putting more time into it. But I definitely think that social media has power. That's how a lot of the word was spread around a lot of the movements that we've seen in the past year with Black Lives Matter. Differing views on this, but I don't know how much people in this room know about the Arab Spring. That was organized almost solely over Facebook and Twitter in Egypt and in other countries. In Egypt especially, one of the first things that the government did actually to try and stop the protests from happening was they shut down Facebook and Twitter in Egypt. So social media has power, but it's important to remember that social media alone doesn't have power. So you can use social media as part of a movement, and that's important. And if you can't do anything more, that's fine. However, social media is a tool, just like any other tool. 50 years ago, people, instead of using social media, would have put most of the stuff in newspapers and written letters. If any of you guys know about the way the Black Panthers were organized through distributing newspapers. Now, that information can travel much faster, because when there's a protest or when there's a new theory up, you or I can post that on Facebook, and depending on how many friends you have or whether you have like a page for your organization, anywhere between dozens to hundreds to thousands of people can see that within a couple hours. That's how people find out where protests are. That's how people find out new theory. I've gotten so many recommendations on books and articles that I've read about the movements that are existing now because of Facebook and Twitter that I probably would never have read were it not for those mediums. So they're definitely important, and they definitely have power.
The first time I met you was at a meetup. Oh, yes. A question?
I was going to ask just a follow-up question to the slacktivism question.
Absolutely.
So Clark, you mentioned that people who post on it and you use the term solidarity.
Yes.
And so my question is, I understand that you, and I agree with you, that social media can be a very powerful tool to bring awareness, to bring disseminate information. Will it affect change in systematic structures if I, for example, am merely posting a status on or tweeting something about Eric Garner?
Yeah. So I do think it has to go further. Whether or not the specific, everyone who posts something on Facebook, a status, or who tweets about it does so. There certainly have to be some who go further and they take this to their community leaders, and go talk about policy or protest, who have conversations and come to rooms like these to talk about these issues. That is essential. It has to go further than just Facebook and just Twitter. But that doesn't mean that they don't have power in and of themselves to bring people to those spaces and to start those conversations. So a lot of, what Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, Instagram, those are the places where a lot of these ideas come from. A lot of the activists that I work with now, that I worked with when I was in New York, and when I come back to New York, I work with a lot. A lot of those people I met through a Facebook group that I started in connection with a couple of friends of mine called Students Against Police Brutality. And people came to it, and they were interested, and the people who were really interested posted things. And then, we started a Facebook chat for, student organizers in the New York area. And that created a community that we wouldn't have had otherwise. We're also taking that community and using that to run protests and things. So I think it's a tool and it's a medium, but any medium has to be used for greater ends.
Are you the exception to the rule, or are you the rule itself? Are most people who post on social media, are they slacktivists versus you who are clearly an activist, right? Someone who's actually into organizing. That's my question.
I think some are. I think some aren't. I've known people who have posted these things and said, oh, I don't want to come out to things. I've also known some people who've posted these things, and when you tell them that things are going on, they say, sign me up. And I've also seen people change their minds when they have been out, when they haven't been out to things, but they see things happening and they posted about them. They'll then say, oh, well, I want to come out to this. And you can engage them, and when they post something, you can say, hey, there's this thing you should come to. And they'll say, oh, well, I don't want to. And you'll be like, this, and this person are going to be there. You should take this further. So I think it's a starting point. And maybe we're the exception to the rule. I don't know. I think there are lots of exceptions. Whether or not there are enough exceptions to sort of that trend to make it in and of itself a rule that there are lots of people who post and then come out, I would say probably not. But I also think we're moving in that direction. 2 years ago, I would have said there are way more people who post about social justice on Facebook and tweet about it on Twitter to get likes than actually come out to things. But there were 60,000 people who marched in one day in New York. Some of the protests that have been charted across the country, if you add up all of the people, had over 100,000, over 200,000 people out. So maybe that tide is changing. Maybe a lot of the people who post on Facebook and Twitter are using that, or are having that be a way for them to be engaged in the movement.
So there are two things here. The first time I met Mo, we were standing in Union Square, I think, and there were a group of nervous Yaleys, and I remember one person saying that, you're Mo, right? You're that kid who organized like 400 kids, to do a walkout, in the city. And so I was like, oh, let me do my research, right? And I added you on Facebook, and I saw pictures of you with blowhorns and whatever. But from then on, I would get Facebook invites to events to come out to protest and to do things. The second thing is that this idea of slacktivism, I think, is a good segue into talking about college protests and the validity of college protests. So I'd like to ask you, what have you heard about what happened at Yale last semester? Anything? Yes. Yeah, a lot of, so there's Dean, there's yelling, there's protests, racism, what's going on? So it was about, it was Halloween weekend,
yeah,
right? And there were two events that really started things off. The first was that a girl posted on Facebook saying, shout out to SAE, which is a fraternity on campus, who turned away a group of me and my friends last night saying white girls only. Right? And if you don't believe me, other people who have experienced things like this at SAE, please comment below, right? And the post got about 1,200 likes and 200 shares. And then that went on to get a lot of other press coverage, right? And then we also received an email from, I'm not sure which group it was on campus, it was some sort of intercultural group saying, hey, it's Halloween, respect people's cultures when you decide to dress up in costumes. right? Native Americans are tired of seeing you dress up with like a headdress. You know, this is called cultural appropriation, saying that you can just put on their culture and act like it for a few hours and toss it away like it's nothing the next morning. And then we had a response from one of the associate masters.
It was the assistant master,
of one of the colleges. Yale is divided into 12 residential colleges where the students live. And do you think you could talk a little bit about like what the email said?
Yeah. So the email, the dichotomy that I think a lot of you may have heard about. So the email back said, we're, you know, all responsible adults here with students. Is there a way in which, by telling people to be mindful of their cultures, you are censoring their freedom of speech? Shouldn't we just instead tell people when we see things that they do that are culturally appropriative or offensive, rather than having some kind of a institutional request that people be culturally mindful? So I actually wrote an article about this for a friend's publication at Wheaton College just the other day. And one of the things that I talked about in that article is the way in which free speech is weighted and the way in which free speech is colored. So the article was saying, you know, we can make our own decisions, right? Let people have their freedom of speech. If something's truly offensive, you can go up to the person and talk to them about it. And so there was a lot of backlash against this email saying, you know, why was it necessary? They didn't actually ban any of this. They just asked people to be mindful. It was a reminder, right? And a lot of the backlash said, why is freedom of speech something that always gets brought up in a defense of racism? So this is a trend that happens a lot when people say, you know, things that are racist. Oftentimes the response is, well, they have the freedom of speech to say that, which they do. And that's something to be mindful of. It's important to remember that we as communities in general and as communities of color in specific need free speech. But the question is always, free speech for whom? The same people who came out in defense of the Christakis' email saying that the sort of first email that we received from the institution saying that we should be mindful, you know, the first saying that that email was a restriction of the freedom of speech, were also the same people to tell students to stop chalking courtyards in their response to that email, were the first people to tell students to stop confronting the master and associate master on this issue. So speech became racialized. For the protesters, they were being asked to stop speaking such that other people could be afforded sort of their speech. So when we talk about freedom of speech, it's important to understand and to be mindful of how certain types of speech restrict other types of speech.
So there's a bit more here, right? So we received the email, we saw the Facebook post, and people were outraged, not only because these things happened, but because there was no institutional response to it. There was no response from the dean. The dean of Yale College is a black man. No response from the president either.
There was the tobacco email.
There was an email saying that we can't have.
There was this whole thing. Sorry, this is a joke that needs to be explained some. There was a email that we got the day after this blew up, which said, "We're hoping for a tobacco-free Yale." And it was a program that had been in the work for months. It was about sort of ending smoking at Yale, and of course, someone took this and photoshopped out all of the words that said tobacco and replaced them with racism. But yeah, so the point was there was this whole campaign which was, where's our email? Because last year, when something that was arguably on the same magnitude of racism, when there was a swastika drawn on someone's wall, the very next day there was, chalked on someone's wall, the very next day there was an email, and the community came out and they drew this beautiful mural which said, "There's no room for hate in this house." But after the racist events that we saw happen, especially the SAE incident. Incidentally, by the way, SAE is the frat that, I don't know if you guys follow the news at all, but a couple of years ago, we had this huge scandal in the South for having a bus full of students chanting, "There'll never be another N-word in SAE," with their teacher associate sitting on chanting with them. So this is that same frat. So there's a history of that. But people were saying, "Where's our email?" Why?
There's more, right? The chalking that Mo talks about was in response to these events, right? A few cultural groups on campus said, well, let's show our solidarity for women of color by using chalk and drawing on different places on campus, writing supportive statements. I had class at maybe 1 o'clock the day that this chalking was happening. It started at 12:30, and I figured, oh no, I'm part of Yale Black Men's Union, but I can't make it out to the chalking. Class ended at maybe 2:15, and people were still out there. A friend of mine said, hey Clark, you really need to get over to Cross Campus right now. So I went to Cross Campus, and there was the Dean of Yale College surrounded by about 200 people, and they had been out there for hours. This would now be the 3rd hour by the end of it. And it was drizzling a bit, and people were shouting, people were crying, people were cursing, right? And you may have seen footage of this. You may have seen footage of a girl like shouting, yelling at the dean of Silliman College, master of Silliman College, swearing at him. And so there have been a number of questions, right? People saying that this is inappropriate. There's a thing called repertoires of contention, right? So different ways that you can express your protest. Is it appropriate to shout and to curse at your professor? There were international students who looked at American Yale students saying, what's going on? There was Bill O'Reilly saying that Yale students are fascists because they won't allow free speech. And so a lot of it was blown out of proportion, right?
Yeah. So this...
I have a question.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, the question is, people say it was just an email. Do you think this was just about an email? Or if it wasn't, what was it about?
So this is a lot more than just an email. There are often events that spark these kinds of sort of uprisings and protests, and perhaps they aren't the ones that we would think would spark these uprisings and protests. It's funny, when I was talking to a friend of mine about the Mike Brown case, they were like, the Mike Brown case was tragic and terrible, but should the Black Lives Matter movement have really chosen that as the case? That they put up in lights in the beginning? Weren't there other cases that were even more brutal and even more clear-cut? And there were. It was just a question of place and time and who came out into the streets and decided that they wanted to do things about that. And I think that that's what happened here. It just so happened that these two events, the turning away of black women at a party and the email that was reifying ideas of racism being protected by free speech, they came out at the same time. They're things that have happened in the community many times, and people, for whatever reason, at this specific time decided, we've had enough. And how does this relate to the question of propriety? Well, I think that sometimes these are the voices that people have. People around a lot of these things ask, what is appropriate? And the question that I ask back at them is, what is necessary? If you have been talking with your university or your school or your community about this for years, if you've talked about it with them so much that you feel like you can't talk about it with them more, sometimes this is the way that people feel that they can speak. And there are people who will say that confrontation was inappropriate. And sure, I will grant you that with no context, just going up to your master or your dean and yelling at them probably isn't a good idea. But in context, you have to see two things. One, there's a history behind this of years and years and years of these conflicts happening and these protests not happening. And secondly, the impact that it has had on the community and whether or not it was necessary to do the things that it has, the movement has changed the community drastically, and I think it wouldn't have had people not been willing to be forceful and make their voices heard.
I think also there's an element of impatience here, because at what point should we wait a little longer? I think and I listened to an interesting debate recently between Dr. Randall Kennedy and Michael Denzel Smith and others about politics and respectability. And the audience was very sensitive to this and said, we're in moments here. And if we wait and find the perfect spokesperson and the perfect set of beautiful, media-friendly situations to put forward, we could be waiting another 150 years. So I think that that's something, because I think, as you said, this is a time that seems what, this strangle the earnings time is a very right time for people coming together of all generations to say, something has to give here.
Yeah.
So I really think that's something else.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. So like the conclusion from all of this is that any one isolated event isn't responsible for the response that you see, the reaction to all of these things, right? It takes the aggregate of all of those feelings of feeling like, Yale or whatever space wasn't a space created for you, right? Or that you're valued less than some of your other classmates, and it just makes it, boil over at that point, right? So to relate this to, other forms of protest, how do you feel about rioting, right? So many people in response to the Baltimore riots said like, looting and stealing and, breaking windows, like that's not a productive thing to do. How do you feel about that?
So firstly, I don't think that this change of phrasing answers the question, but I do think it's important because language does, in the end, matter. I wouldn't call it a riot in Baltimore. I'd call it an uprising. A riot, and implies chaos. It implies form without content. It implies and invokes ideas of people running around and burning cars after a football game, after their team wins or after their team loses. Apparently people do it after both. It implies people who are angry with a specific situation going out without a message. The reason I would call it an uprising is because there was a very clear message. The protest started as peaceful, throughout they were chanting and bringing this message to the press and to the people. It was centered around that. There's a beautiful and sort of very sad but beautiful image from video from one of the Baltimore, one part of the Baltimore uprising. There was this banner that became used a lot. It was sort of a printed on large paper that said, no more stolen lives, stop killing us. And then there's this protester, as the police some of them are throwing rocks back at protesters are throwing rocks at police, the police are backing up, and you have this guy on his knees holding up, right in front of the police, holding up this sign, so in the way of all of the rocks that are being thrown by his friends, holding up this sign in the faces of the police, which says, stop killing us. And I think that is the difference for me. As to whether or not it's justified, I want to come back to what I said earlier on, which is that there are 1,200 people killed every year by the police. Or around that. This is the first year that we know of that it's actually hit 1,200, but those numbers are hard to gauge because police departments are not required to record the number of fatalities that they are involved in. But that aside, we know about some of those names, and we don't know about others. And I think that what I would argue is that the names we know about are the ones that people came out and had mass protests, and often riots in. Michael Brown is a name that we know because there were people who came out day after day after day, and in some instances burned stuff. And maybe in the end, that will lead to changes that these people are looking for. Maybe it won't, but I certainly think that this is directed. And to bring this back to a context, a lot of people are saying, oh, well, it's property damage, de facto it's wrong. Well, by that metric, and maybe you believe this as well. This is an interesting question to get to. By that metric, sort of all, for instance, war ever is wrong. Now, for the most part, I agree with that statement. But sometimes in trying to overcome the inertia of a system that is radically pitted against a certain type of people, these types of outbreaks happen. One of the things that was amusing to see on the news is all of the answers, the anchors saying, "I've never seen this before. This has never happened in America." It's like, well, if you look back to, the 90s and you see, the race riots in LA, you see Rodney King in 91. If you look back past that to the 80s, if you look forward from that to Amadou Diallo, these things happen again and again, and I think that these are the only ways that people feel that they can be heard. Because there have been protests around this stuff for years. There have been protests around Trayvon Martin, Sean Bell. The names that we remember the most, though, are the ones that have had these uprisings in connection with them because they force you to look.
So
They force people not to look away.
Here's an important point. There's been Trayvon Martin, there's Freddie Gray, there's Mike Brown, there's Eric Garner.
This is yeah.
There are a lot of men, right, that we've talked about, unarmed black men who have been shot and killed. How do you feel, or do you feel that there's an emphasis on men specifically, and are we overlooking women of color who have been victim to the same issues?
So this is a great question. There are a lot of identities that get thrown into the bus. So firstly, to get the counter-argument out of the way before I give my actual position, it is the case that men of color are killed by the police at higher rates than women of color. However, that disparity, that difference in rates is always exaggerated, almost always. But there are movements that are trying to change that. We don't, unfortunately, for the most part. How many of you guys know the name Ayanna Stanley Jones? A couple. Rakia Boyd? That one's a bit more well known. So there are a few of these names we know. A precious few, and that's a problem. Because these things do happen. And if you actually look at it percent-wise, for instance, of black trans women killed by police, trans women of color killed by police, the amount of them killed versus their portion of the population is drastically higher than the amount of black men killed versus their portion of the population. But it's important to note that some of the reason that the names we know are the names we know is because of a statistical difference, and some of it is a flaw in the movement, which has been being addressed. So, for a couple months, one of the organizations that I work in close contact with, they have this thing called People's Monday in New York, where every Monday they will honor someone who is killed by the police, and they will do protests. You guys might have heard of them. They're called NYC Shut It Down. You may have heard of them as the Grand Central Crew, because they shut down Grand Central every Monday for a while, and then they started moving around. But they, for a month or two, decided to do only women of color and as much trans women of color as possible. There are people who are working to sort of publicize Sandra Bland and Rakia Boyd and all of these people, because we do have to address this, especially given, and this is true, lecturing to, I think it's especially important to notice these movements, both behind the scenes, but now even from the foreground, have been run in majority by black women and often queer black women. And it's important to honor that and to recognize that and to also say, where's everyone else?
So I had a psychology professor in my first semester who said that the proper question was to ask, what are your questions, as opposed to, are there any questions? So I'd like to open it up to two questions at this point, starting in the back.
Going back to what you said in Baltimore about actions they had being justified as an uprising, how would you classify it as an uprising if people were looting like drugstores for medicated drugs to
So the question,
Yeah.
we'll just repeat the
Yeah, so the question is, given the looting that occurred in Baltimore, how is it justified as an uprising? I think that this is a really important question. And I think that there is a part of the answer to this question, which is that there are going to be some people who, as part of an uprising, are going to see this and partake in this in different ways. I think so there is one answer that I've seen a lot of people give, which is, this is an uprising, some people take advantage of that. There's another point of this, which is sort of saying, and this is, I think, the answer that I most value, which is, the people asked, you're setting, stolen drugs on a level with human life. And when you make that argument, and if we truly believe that these people's lives, coming back to the slogan, do matter, then should we not do what is necessary to make sure that those lives are recognized and that these deaths don't happen in the future?
Are you referring to Mike Brown?
No, I was referring to Freddie Gray in Baltimore.
Okay, because I think the question is that,
Yeah.
people are stealing things
Yeah.
during these riots, and that
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily...
Yeah, but I think this comes, it's part of, I think it's part of what happens in that kind of an environment. And so I think that it's a symptom of the environment, of how those kinds of things pan out. I also think that it is a consequence, it's funny, I think these people are also recognizing that there's stuff that they need that they don't have. These are, one thing that people don't know about Baltimore is that Baltimore had another series of race riots in the same area that these ones happened in years before, and the government never dealt with that. They didn't do anything for infrastructure. They didn't do anything for the communities. And, I think part of the reason here is that these communities are desperate. And when this uprising is going on, there are also people who are saying, not only, why shouldn't we be protesting them killing us, but what gives people the right to allow us to get sick and to starve when there are resources at hand? So I think that it's tied in. I also do think that there are some people who do take advantage of these things, but I think that mainly it's about preserving human life, and it's about survival.
All right, next question.
Going back to what you said before, about how you were arrested, could you explain that?
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to touch on that. I said I was going to touch on that at some point. So it's actually funny. MIT and Yale have their open weekends back to back, and when I was sitting in the holding cell that they put me in, I got acquitted, no charges. But when I was sitting in the holding cell that they put me in, the thing that I was thinking about was, wow, am I gonna make it to MIT CPW on time? Because it was 2 days after the day that I got arrested.
They're accepted students.
Yeah. And so, what was it like? I was lucky in that I was not hurt during the arrest. I have a lot of friends who, through no fault of their own, were. We were, being chased up a street by police for marching, and there were people who had their ankles practically broken by people, by police because they ran too slowly. Part of it was circumstance. This is actually something that's important to talk about, because we talk about activism and we tend to do what's called lionizing the activist. This idea that of the activist as something that this is this persona that some people have and other people don't, and we put them on these pedestals. Activism is a form, and a form needs content. But also, given that it is a form, one should not, unless one wants to, if one wants to, that's fine, but one shouldn't unintentionally let that take over all of one's life. It's important to be an activist. It's also important to be in spaces where you can talk with people about these things. So one of the things that I will tell people about being arrested is always be arrested on your terms. Being arrested for a protest isn't necessarily a bad thing. civil disobedience was one of the things that created the most impact in the civil rights movement. But if you're going to get arrested, you should want to get arrested for a protest and not get arrested by accident. That will happen, and it's always a danger. So, you know, I won't say that it's a fun experience. There were people who were hurt. I was not. And they try to intimidate people. But for the most part, if you're arrested for protesting, you come out okay. I haven't known anyone in my immediate circle who's ever been convicted of any charge brought forth on them because they were protesting. So it is a danger, but I wouldn't, it's portrayed as this thing that like, oh, it'll change your life forever. You know, if I'm arrested for protesting, then my life will never be the same. Not necessarily the case. But you should be ready for it. And sometimes they will, like I was, hold you overnight.
All right, next question.
We good on time?
Yeah, we have about 10 minutes.
Okay.
Oh, 10 minutes, yes.
Perfect.
Right here.
So in your introduction, you mentioned Dr. Cornel West as sparking your interest. But as you've had more time, has there been any one person or movement that's inspired you most?
There are a couple. So Cornel West really is one of them. He is, I'm glad to count him somewhat as a personal friend, and he is a truly amazing person. If you guys don't, how many of you guys know who Cornel West is? If you guys don't know who Cornel West is, you should look him up. He is a very interesting sort of black preacher who is also an activist. He uses religion and faith to fuel his activism and the activism of others. And while I don't share his personal religious beliefs, his speeches are truly inspiring and truly essential. So Cornel West is probably the person that I would have to say I would most look to. As far as history, though, I'd have to say there are a few. Probably the Combahee River Collective. How many people know that name? So the Combahee River Collective was a group that was, that's where I think, probably where I take a large part of my theory from around what we should be fighting for and how we should organize. The Combahee River Collective, to give a bit of background, was also something that people should look up, was a group of, black women in the 70s, also many of them lesbians, but not exclusively, who had this idea, that when you uplift the people who are most oppressed by society, then you pull everyone with them. Cornel West talks about this as well. He says, that when sort of black people start protesting, other people start protesting with them, and that can drag other movements along and get them going, and then they can take on lives of their own. Which is why, partly, I think you see oftentimes, civil rights movements being connected in time to LGBTQ rights movements and to women's rights movements and to class movements. It's why you see people like Martin Luther King talk about poverty towards the end of his life and try to make that a part of his movement. The other one, and this is controversial, and I'd be happy to take questions on this, is a name that I think probably most of you will know, and that's the Black Panthers and Malcolm X. I view them as having similar ideas, even though they were fairly different. The Black Panthers, as many of you may not know, actually had fairly problematic politics around gender. And they also, they were militant. And it is important to remember that they had two sides. There were two sides to the Black Panthers. Some people like to separate them. Some people like to deify one. Other people like to deify the other. Some people like to vilify one or the other or both of them. The Black Panthers were, how many of you know about the breakfast program?
They educated children.
So the Black Panthers had programs where they educated children, they gave food to children, and they gave groceries to families. They were also groups that advocated for militant defense of the self, and some of them, some of the Panthers that I less like, partly because of their other politics, actually advocated for sort of militant action, not just to protect oneself, but against members of law enforcement. Those obviously are not views that I endorse, but they had an important idea of radical protection of the self as a way of building a new community. So those are, I think, my main influences so far.
All right. Way in the back.
Yeah, if I can ask a question about your arrest, if you don't mind.
Sure.
You brought it up. When you were arrested, did you resist your arrest?
No.
You didn't? Why didn't you resist your arrest?
So I think that there's a couple things here, and this is important for anyone who, at any point, is thinking of protesting things. So there, if you are, and so part of the thing was, I was isolated from the group. Know your surroundings. There are some times when, and what I would also say is don't resist arrest. Resisting arrest has been incurring more, like greater and greater penalties in this country. In New York, they've moved to make it a felony. So it can be a very dangerous thing to do. Now, of course, I've seen many people who haven't resisted arrest at all get charged with resisting arrest. It's one of the most common charges that people are placed under, and so we get a skewed perception of how many people actually do it. Why didn't I? It wasn't because I thought that I should be getting arrested, but because it wasn't going to help me in any way, shape, or form, and probably could have gotten me severely hurt. Because I have seen people who have in fact resisted arrest, and even those who haven't, who have been severely hurt by police for doing so. So that would be my answer as to why I didn't resist.
We have time for like two more short questions.
Sure.
Do you have a response
I
to
just
this?
had a follow-up.
Sure.
So you said you had faith in the law that you would be innocent.
I knew that the charges that were being brought against me were not ones which I would get convicted of, because there are people who are, that's not a protection that everyone can claim. I'm lucky in that, in two ways. Firstly, this movement and the way that this protest was organized, it had very good legal support. Not all of them do. Secondly, as someone who is an organizer, I have experience, we talk about these things because it's always a worry. It's not that I would say I have faith in the law. There was a part of me that was terrified of, as I said, there was this small thing which was like, am I going to be able to make it to my college tours? And then there was the much larger thing of, what if they actually try to press this? Which for a while they did, and then they dropped it. So I didn't have faith that this wouldn't be an ordeal. And after the arrest, I did have to go to court a few times, and it was very nerve-wracking. However, I think that I have faith that, while I don't have faith in the law, I would say de facto, I do believe that movements like this look after people who are in those movements. And they make sure that they come out of things like this okay for the most part.
Yeah. All right, if you could answer a question in 30 seconds.
Sure. Last one.
Right here.
Before you said 1,200 people were killed by the cops.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of incriminating, the cops that killed them? It couldn't be self-defense. How many were actually self-defense?
So some of them, I don't know the exact statistics on this. This is a good point. One thing that I would want to bring up is that, and I know it's a smaller country, about on the order of 4 times smaller, but in, say, England, which has a not the same levels of diversity, but a fairly, about maybe in the same order of magnitude of racial diversity as we do. It's been 4 years, I think, since the police killed someone. And I think that the reason that this is because of a different way of conducting policing. So it is possible that some of these, in fact, that many of these were conducted as self-defense or as possible self-defense. I think that there's a lot of these things that get called self-defense that aren't necessarily, but I think it's possible that some of these things are. But there are other ways to end conflicts than just killing them. Than killing people. I would recommend that people read Ta-Nehisi Coates' book, Between the World and Me. It's very short, but it talks about how these types of conflicts between people are resolved within communities. And in England, there are all of these cases, and in Iceland and other places that people have talked about, you have these cases where there will be people who are like actually armed and dangerous, who the police will find ways to take into institutions, and it clearly is possible. The person who was arrested in the Charleston massacre was arrested without violence. The person who was arrested in the Aurora shootings was arrested without violence. So some of these may have been in worry of legitimate threat of force. I don't know how many. I am assuming some of them were. That's not necessarily the way we need to end things.
All right. Thank you for being here. We'll stick around here for a few minutes if you have more questions for Mo. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your questions. Enjoy your day and prep for life.
Mo, thank you, man.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Do you think that when you protest, try to say what you want to say, do you think that they're taking away the
here.
Oh, I just taught for like an hour. So you're like 20. I'll do it. Welcome. Love the opportunity to give a full science quote. I like the idea of just helping make it. I almost took a picture, but I was like, just back but I'm like, hey Max, I love the artwork. It's really cool. I remember there's one feedback thing, which is the title in it. I love the color.
Guys, listen up. Okay, guys, so this is climb measurement thing. This class is not here today. Right, so Nick Africa. Cool. Gerald. Derek. Kirkley. Joseph Worth.
Yeah. I have to, if you're doing the same way next year, we're jumping ship with Jake.
John.
That's like my favorite thing.
And when you say you break out that.
God's not here.
Okay, thank you. Michael. Here. Cool, thank you. Thomas. Cool. Kyle. Okay, cool, thank you.
Mental health.
Dean.
Some schools did that.
He's not hired. Dean and Justin. Okay, Jamie.
It's hard because it's already in New Jersey. Like the advocacy piece of it.
Matt.
The kids just
Right here.
I was gonna say.
Okay, Matt, thank you. Other Justin Munson. Here. Great. Sam. Here. Thank you. Jorge. Thank you. Thomas. Riley? Yeah. Cool. Brandon? Thank you. And okay, cool. Matt here. Okay. Alejandro? Here. Thank you. John? He's on Paris. Okay, he's on Paris. Yeah. Okay, so John?
And if you think for a year that has breakout sessions.
Thanks, guys.
You know, there's no harm in going Cassidy and
All right, gentlemen. Hello, welcome. I'm not giving this presentation, Nostalgia is, but I'm here to do the introduction. If any of you have been to other sessions throughout these past 2 days, you know that Mr. D'Angelo has been here to offer kind of the context for what we hope to do in these 2 days. And more importantly, in our community. These 2 days are a starting point to a dialogue. And that's what we want to talk about is the idea of dialogue, the idea of personal identity as race, but also kind of what shapes our understanding of that. So there's a quote from Pope Francis from 2 summers ago that I want you to kind of think about and reflect on as you enter into this conversation. Dialogue is so important, but to dialogue, 2 things are necessary. One's identity as a starting point and empathy towards others. You cannot dialogue without starting from your own identity and empathy, which a priori is not condemning. Every man, every woman has something of their own to give us. Every man, every woman has their own story, their own situation, and we have to listen to it. Then the prudence of the Holy Spirit will tell us how to respond. These 2 days have been all about kind of grounding ourselves in our personal identity and becoming more empathetic to the experiences of others in their own identities. So I hope that you can kind of understand that as you begin your conversation for the next hour and 15 minutes. Enjoy.
Thank you. That was either like really polite amount of applause or kind of sad. So pick one or the other. There you go. All right. Okay, so what I'm going to talk to you about today is, as this slide says, Black Americans in the Civil War, and specifically I'm going to focus on the Union side of things, because believe it or not, there were some black soldiers on the Confederate side, but the book that myself and a few other people looked at, it was basically concentrated on the Union side. And as you can imagine, if you were a black person fighting for the Confederate side, you were not doing it of your own free will. And this is going to be a little bit more of a discussion of kind of Union war effort. You had African Americans who were usually exposed to injury and death even when they weren't on the battlefield. That means that they were kind of working as laborers in dangerous situations. You know, they may have been doing some kind of logging or other dangerous work. So even though they weren't fighting in the war, they were still exposed to more dangerous conditions than white people were. Activities like these, even though they were dangerous, they started to help persuade people who were reluctant about how black people would react to being freed from slavery. So you had people earning a living and showing that they could be barbers and farmers, etc. And that was kind of changing the tide on white people who thought that black people would not react to freedom positively. So you kind of have to think about, if people weren't serving on the battlefield, were their contributions just as important? You know, you have all these people who are in the background even of the military now. You have families, you have people who are in these kind of more support positions, and you want to start thinking about whether their impact was felt as strongly as the people who were actually fighting the war. And prior to 1862, they were not allowed to serve at all. So at the beginning of the war, it really was more of just a supporting role. I'm going to talk about some focus questions. That might be a good way to phrase your notes if you're taking these notes from Ms. Singleton, right? Okay. So the focus question there would be, prior to seeing combat, what were some of the ways that black Americans were contributing to the war? And was this work crucial? Do you think that other people would have been filling this role? This is not the focus question, this is me asking you. Were these jobs, you think, that would have been done anyway? No. More open to being attacked in that way than if they were just away from the battlefield. Oops. Where am I going? So policy changes in 1862. Who is this a picture of?
Frederick Douglass.
Yes, got it. Frederick Douglass will be in the movie that we're going to watch, so look out for him. So Frederick Douglass says this in 1862. The national edifice is on fire. Every man who can carry a bucket of water or remove a brick is wanted, but those who have the care of the building, having a profound respect for the feeling of the national burglars who set the building on fire, are determined that the flame shall only be extinguished by Indo-Caucasian hands, and to have the building burnt rather than save it by the means of any other. Such is the pride, the stupid prejudice, and the folly that ruins the hour. So the focus question for this would be, in Douglass's metaphor, what do you think that burning building is?
The United States?
Yeah, the United States is on fire, right? Almost literally in some cases. The fighting is so bad, and actually the Union is kind of torching the South in some cases. So you have the national edifice, which is his way of talking about the country, is on fire. Such is the pride, the stupid prejudice, and the folly that ruins the hour. What is ruining this cause? What is keeping the building burning instead of contributing to the preservation of it? If prior to 1862 they weren't permitting black people to serve in the army, then they were kind of ignoring this entire segment of the population, right? And that's what Frederick Douglass is saying. So the first people to encourage enlistment were leaders of the black community, including Frederick Douglass and other kind of lesser known people. They were the ones who really started to try to get black people involved in the war effort. Northern public opinion was shifting, so that way people were starting to accept more that freed slaves and free men would be good fighters in the war. And in July of 1862, Congress passes 2 acts providing for the enlistment of Negro soldiers.
Are you going to listen to the Glory Hymn of the Republic?
It might be in the movie. I can play it for you at the end if you really want to hear it.
Soundtrack to what?
That's what That's where the title of the movie comes from.
Okay.
Yeah. So good, you're ahead of the curve, Ron, that's usually. All right, so the next chapter in the book was called Black Troops from the North. And what do you think some difficulties would have been to try to summon black troops from the North?
Maybe they didn't want to work with them against one of the
Possibly.
Yeah, it's kind of like what Gerald said, but like maybe on the other side, like the white people in the North didn't want to work with the blacks, and like they didn't, there wasn't like a camaraderie between them, so they didn't want to go into battle together.
Yeah, that's a possibility. Think in terms of if you were a black person who was living in the North where slavery had been outlawed, why might you be reluctant to join the army?
Because you also wouldn't want to go back into the South.
Right, and one of the things that happens is that the Confederate Army says that any black person that they capture in the Civil War will immediately be enslaved again. So that's a huge risk, right? There's that risk, not to mention a lot of them have found not always high-paying jobs, but they have found jobs in the North, so they may be reluctant to leave their families behind to kind of go back into the thick of things. Also, Frederick Douglass from the last slide, he points out that black soldiers will not have the opportunity to advance in the Army. So the way that you go through the Army and you can ascend the ranks, that is never an opportunity for the black soldiers. So that's another reason why they might have been reluctant. Do you think you would have felt the same about that? That same reluctance?
Yeah, I think that's.
So the next chapter of the book was called Negro Soldiers Prove Themselves in Battle. And this is a letter from Abraham Lincoln where he wrote, "Some of the commanders of our armies in the field who have given us our most important successes believe the emancipation policy and the use of colored troops constitute the heaviest blow yet dealt to the rebellion. You say you will not fight to free Negroes. Some of them seem willing to fight for you." So the focus question for this one would be this other quote from him, which is, "Parts of the Negro soldier's desperate courage came from his realization that he was fighting for the freedom of his race." So what characteristics of the disagreement would lead you to fight more fiercely?
Freedom.
Freedom, right? And they're kind of more personally invested than the white soldiers may have had to have even been convinced that fighting to end slavery was a worthy cause. In some cases, they might not have believed that that would be something worthy of going to battle over. But if you had the black soldiers who had either been freed as slaves themselves or had family members in slavery, then to them it was more of an opportunity or realization that what they were fighting for had these more dramatic stakes. There were lots of battles where there were black soldiers who were proving themselves. Not that it was perfection. There's obviously accounts where people were kind of frightened for different reasons, but for the most part, as the Union is kind of starting to pick up steam, these regiments of black soldiers are a reason behind a lot of the victories that they're seeing, and that we're going to see in the film. So this question comes up at a certain point for equal pay. If you were a white soldier fighting for the Union in the Civil War, you got paid $13 a month. If you were a black soldier fighting in the Civil War, you got paid $10 a month, and they took $3 out of your pay in order for you to get a uniform, and they didn't do that for the white soldiers. So there started to be this kind of unrest among the ranks, and there's a quote that, "The other day, Colonel Hartwell received an anonymous letter from one of our men saying that if we were not paid by the 1st of March, the men would stack arms and do no more duty. Does this seem reasonable? There have been other times, right, where there's been uneven wages and people have protested. So even though they've started to accept black soldiers in the Army, it's obviously not a perfect setting or scenario yet, and that you'll also see in the film. This is a quick video about the 1st Black Union Regiment, which, let me make sure the sound is up. Maybe it doesn't want to play. All right, we're going to skip that. Not sure why it's not playing. I'm going to go back one slide. So the experience of Negro soldiers in the Union Army. Eventually, it's so successful that the Union government becomes really convinced of the utility of black men in their armies, and they extend recruitment to the border slave states in 1863 and 1864. So in the matter of a year, the impact is felt so much that they extend their recruitment downwards towards the rest of the border states. It had started up in the north, and now they're kind of starting to realize that there's this huge amount of manpower that can be solicited. There were some state governors, even in the north. Horatio Seymour in New York did not want any black soldiers being enlisted in his state, but eventually he's overridden by the national cabinet. So what you want to think about is, in addition to battle experience, what do you think fighting in the Civil War was offering black men at the time?
Chance of freedom?
A lot of cases they were already free. So it was a little bit more complex even.
Like a sense of equality?
Sense of equality is good.
Maybe national pride?
Yeah, so their national pride. This is a country that they weren't even considered men in, 10 or 15 years before. So it's giving them that national pride, and it's also, in a more basic level, it's giving them an opportunity to be educated in some cases. So they may not have had any education prior to this. And not only were they getting educated, the women and children that were in the same places as the fighting was going on, they were also getting a chance at education from either the chaplains or the other soldiers who were there to provide it for them. And kind of related to that feeling of national pride, there was a soldier that said, if we hadn't become soldiers, all might have gone back as it was before. Our freedom might have slipped through the 2 houses of Congress in President Lincoln's 4 years past and nothing done for us. But now things can never go back because we have showed our energy and our courage and our natural manhood. So that's pretty much exactly what you're saying, right? That they were given this feeling of humanity and national pride. So in the final years of the Civil War, a lot of the hardest battles were fought by the black regiments, and their contributions were crucial to the cause. And this is where there's an interesting quote from Lincoln. So he says, "We cannot spare the 140 or 50,000 now serving us as soldiers, seamen, and laborers. This is not a question of sentiment or taste, but one of physical force, which may be measured and estimated as horsepower and steam power are measured and estimated. Keep it up and you can save the Union. Throw it away and the Union goes with it." What do you think this reveals about how Abraham Lincoln is looking at these black regiments and these black people serving in the Army? What is his perspective on it? And it might not necessarily be positive.
Well, he was talking about how, if they keep fighting, they'll save the Union, but if they just stagger, the Union will fall. It's almost like he respects that, their contributions, but at the same time, he's almost pushing them to keep moving.
Yeah, and I think if you also want to look at it in a different way, he's saying that it's one of physical force, which can be estimated as horsepower and steam power are measured and estimated. So he's not necessarily seeing them as any more human, right? He's kind of just seeing them as a means to an end of trying to accomplish more for the Union. So Abraham Lincoln had a really interesting perspective on slavery and slaves, and this is kind of a really revelatory quote from him. So now I'm going to talk about the words of your own teacher, Miss Singleton, because she read the book also. So she said, and this is what we're going to think about when we're watching the film. "I feel that in many ways the blacks who fought in the Civil War faced another level of slavery. It may not have been the slavery that they experienced on the plantation, but they were not in charge of themselves. They still had a white man who was in charge of them. On page 146, Montgomery Meigs speaks of this new freedom for the slaves and the work they did. But in fact, they were still doing the work of the plantation, except they were in Union soldier clothing." So with that in mind, we're going to watch excerpts from the film, and that's the question that I want you to keep in mind while you're looking through this. Was fighting in the Army a really big improvement over slavery, or were there still too many complications from it? And I'm going to skip the beginning part of the movie, but the important parts are that Matthew Broderick plays General Shaw, and he's kind of been summoned to create this all-black regiment. He was injured, and then he was made a captain, I believe, or colonel. And that is how he gets this post. So we're going to start off by seeing how he gets that opportunity given to him, and then you're going to go through the training of these black soldiers, and just think about that question of slavery versus serving in the army. Can we turn the lights off? Let's see.
Captain Shaw. I was so proud when I heard.
I had no choice. All the other officers are dead.
And Paul's?
Impossible as always. He's around here somewhere. How about you?
Working for your father. Helping him with resettlement for the Freedmen's Relief Association. There's a shortage of housing. Robert, are you all right?
Yes. Sorry.
Robert, darling, there's someone who wishes to meet you.
General Hunter rounded up a bunch of slaves from the fields, called them contraband, and put them in camps like cattle. Then the War Department decided to issue them pipes rather than guns. Of course, they deserted, so would I. Robert. Governor, you know my son, Robert.
Yeah, it's good to see you again, Robert. Governor Andrew.
Robert, have you met Frederick Douglass?
There he is.
Mr. Douglas. I understand you were at Antietam. Yes. A great and a terrible day. I could use your help, Robert.
The governor is proposing to raise a regiment of Negro soldiers.
No. It was not just my idea. Mr. Douglas and
We will offer pride and dignity to those who have known only degradation.
Colored soldiers, Rob, just think of it.
Wonderful. I've submitted your name, Robert, to be commissioned colonel of the 54th Massachusetts Infantry.
I meant to warn you before I started playing this. There's also questionable language in this movie, so just be warned ahead of time.
Great. Thank you, Governor. It's a wonderful idea. Excuse me.
Well done, Shaw. Splendid job, young man.
Bravo, Robert.
What's the matter, Chester? Much punch? I mean, I know how much you'd like to be colonel, but a colored regiment? You know how popular that would be? Handing out guns to 1,000 coloreds.
So why do you think that people would have been concerned about raising up this all-black regiment?
Did they feel like they would turn on them?
Right, there was this big fear of slave rebellion, right? And there were some going on. So in some people's minds, even Northerners who were anti-slavery, they were still concerned that if you provided black men or free black men with arms, that they would turn against the people who had formerly enslaved them.
Hey, what's wrong?
Sorry.
I'm gonna do it. You're not serious. Yeah. I want you to come with me. Me? You? Picture me in charge of a regiment. Picture me in charge of anything. I would be honored to have you. Then you're an idiot.
Rob, is it true? There's to be a colored regiment?
So it seems.
Then I am your first volunteer. How do we look, Carlos? We gonna whoop the success? Hey, boss, when we get the blue suit.
When we gonna get the fight? Morning. Good morning, gentlemen. I am Colonel Robert Gould Shaw. I am your commanding officer. It is a great pleasure to see you all here today. It is my hope that the same courage, spirit, and honor which has brought us together will one day restore this union. May God bless us all. Form companies. We will commence with forming companies. Company officers, take charge. You recruits will report to your respective officers by letter of the company in alphabetical order, which is in the top left-hand corner of your muster sheet.
Yes, it is actually. Name Searle. Thomas Searle.
Shoot for the shots. But what about that book?
It's a collection of essays, actually. Fourier, Anderson, all the transcendentalists.
You got pictures?
No.
Teach me?
Yes, I'd be happy to.
representative too of what the originally what the existing white soldiers thought of the African American ones who joined them. They were not necessarily open armed, so happy to see them, right? There were still these, even if they had worked for emancipation, people who were abolitionists still didn't even necessarily believe that black people were equal to white people. And actually, this whole movie is pretty representative of the facts. If you read the book, you get a lot right.
On out my space before I have to bust it all up there, Buck. Ain't nobody said nothing to you, Pap. It's all right. I'll be fine over here. Excuse me.
Wonder when they gonna give us the blue suit.
Getting a message to the black soldiers, blue suit for the white soldiers. But we soldiers now. Where you from, Phil, man?
South Carolina.
South Carolina, well, you ought to know better than that, boy. Hey, you put that. Hey, boy, put that drum. What's your name, man? What's your name, what? Can't you see that he's mute?
He what?
He's mute.
You mean this child can't talk?
Hey, come over here, honey.
Dummies and feel here, man. Like a bitch.
What about you, there, Buck? Where about you from?
Yeah, I'm from around Tennessee. Yeah, ran away when I was 12 years old. I ain't never looked back. Well, what you doing since then? I run for president. I ain't winning, though. It's only Thomas. He's an enlisted man. You're right, of course. I've sent for help. These men need a proper teaching.
For God's sake, man, you punch like a bunch of crippled old dooks! Jesus Christ, we're gonna be here.
So this is where you want to pay attention to the question that the Singleton had posed about whether or not they had kind of entered a different form of slavery when they had joined the army. And you'll see the way that they're being treated by their commanders is not very good. And like I said, this is a pretty accurate depiction of what happened.
Day and night till we get this right. Oh, what? Company. Oh, up now. Face. Or ugly Mexican, African fucking whores. We're gonna work on this day and night, gentlemen. Forward at the half step. March. 1. You boy old. Company, forward, march. To one, two, one, two, one, two, one, two, one, two, one, two, one. You bloody Hindus, get it right. Stop. Heard again. It's each right. Go. Take your goddamn head out of your pocket, I'll talk to you, soldier! Left, right, left. Okay, Bonnie Prince Charlie, are you a gentleman? Are you a member of Congress or something? Boy in the bloody Prince of Africa! But don't look at me, look for your head, look straight ahead! Why, he's your ass up, boyo.
You know, the Irish are not noted for their fondness for the colors. What about the uniforms? Still no word. Rifles? See to it.
What do you think the symbolism of the uniforms is?
Ensures that they're equal, they're all under the same banner.
Right. So, and they just don't have them right now, right? They're all marching in the clothes that they kind of joined up in. And so you're going to see that over time that becomes a sticking point, that they're still not considered equal until they get that uniform that's uniting all of them. And even then, equal is a...
You can lock them on. You have not a master like me.
Dear Mother, the men learn very quickly. Faster than white troops, it seems to me. They are almost grave and sedate under instruction, and they restrain themselves. But the moment they are dismissed from drill, every tongue is relaxed, and every ivory tooth is visible. And you would not know from the sound of it that this is an army camp. They must have had to learn this from long hours of meaningless and inhuman work. To set their minds free so quickly, it gives them great energy. And there is no doubt that we will leave the state as fine a regiment as any that has marched. As ever, your son, Robert. Take done. Assemble the men.
This part I discussed before as well. He just got a letter about what the Confederate Army is saying about these all-black regiments.
In accordance with President Lincoln's wishes, you men are advised that the Confederate Congress has issued a proclamation. It reads, any Negro taken in arms against the Confederacy will immediately be returned to a state of slavery. Any Negro taken in federal uniform will be summarily put to death. Any white officer taken in command of Negro troops shall be deemed as inciting servile insurrection and shall likewise be put to death. Full discharges will be granted in the morning to all those who apply. Dismissed. If you're not here in the morning, I understand.
Still want that blue suit, man?
morning, Major.
Sir, formed and ready, sir.
How many are left?
There you go, Ron. So what do you think their motivation was for staying instead of, they're given a full opportunity to leave. They weren't going to be treated as deserters or anything. He was giving them a full opportunity to walk away from it.
Maybe they're thinking like, there's no point to go back to slavery, might as well die or fight for freedom.
But in some cases, they wouldn't have gone back to slavery.
I guess it was some sort of nationalism they had, you know,
For their country or for themselves, yeah.
It was worth the fight to help other people that were going through the stuff that they had to deal with too. So
Right, and
other people that were living in slavery.
And from the way that the picture looks, it seems like no one had left, right? No one comes up. So you could kind of look at it as a kind of group herd mentality too, that, you know, if you see the person next to you isn't leaving, then you feel more courageous or inspired to continue on your own.
Ferris Bueller seems like a good commander.
I know. This is only 3 years after Ferris Bueller. He really did a lot.
Is this his second day off?
Good one.
You're not this man, boy. Don't get up. You fall out when I say enough before. Do you understand? I said get up.
Sergeant Major. At ease, son. I have no doubt that you are a fair man, Mulcahy. I wonder if you are treating these men too hard. You disagree? You may speak freely.
The boy's your friend, is he?
We grew up together, yes.
Let him grow up some more.
I see.
Will that be all, sir?
Yes. Dismissed.
So now this is them getting their
57 caliber Enfield rifle Mustang. Best in the world here, boy. Start. 11911. Ooh, you can handle that, boy?
I can knock something down with this.
One of the reasons why, in addition to that fear of revolt or rebellion, another reason why some people were reluctant to forming black regiments was that they thought that black people and former slaves couldn't take it seriously, and so this scene is kind of an interesting perspective on that. But they thought that they weren't as hardworking.
192. Jefferson. Yes. 1, 2. Robert. Finally, there's a rumor going around that we're to be used only for manual labor. I can't believe the kind of things we hear. It's not true, is it? I mean, about not being allowed to fight. The men are all living for that day. I know I am.
too that he had been injured in Antietam, so for him it's really, for the commander, it's kind of disturbing to see that these are actual people that he's going to have to lead into battle again. That's part of what's going on in this scene.
Do that again. Hey, give me the whip. Do that again.
What time, kid?
Down on each other. Everybody do it. Go on, boy. Go ahead, boy. Go ahead, John. That's down on each other.
Attention! Company! Attention, company! As you were. Front and center. You're a good shot, Private. Thank you, sir. Well done. You ever killed a man? No, sir. Well, you're handy with a gun. Yes, sir. Reload. Faster. Faster. Faster! Discharge your weapon. Discharge your weapon. Do it! Now do it again, only this time, I want it done quickly. A good man can fire 3 aimed shots in a minute. Major Forbes, give me a Colt revolver. What? Your gun. Give it to me. Faster! Reload! Quickly! Faster! Faster! Load! Faster! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! Teach them properly, Major. Yes. Attention, company! Ready! Aim! Fire! Morning, Major. You're up early. I want to talk to you. Certainly. If you wouldn't mind getting down from your horse. Better? Why do you treat the men this way, Robert? How should I treat them? Like men? And what about Thomas? Why are you so hard on him? He's not a very good soldier. I'm getting these men ready for battle. Robert. They're already as good as the 7th Ever was. They march well, they're disciplined. No thanks to you. I beg your pardon? You heard me. Who do you think you are? Acting the high-up colonel. You seem to forget I know you. And so does Thomas. Forbes!
What do you think his point is in driving these soldiers so hard?
He saw what could happen in Antietam. Maybe he wanted these soldiers to be better than any other soldier on the battlefield, so they can reduce casualties.
Reduce casualties? Why else would he want them to be better than any other soldiers?
Well, they're the pilot test for black soldiers in the U.S. Army, so he wants them to, if they're like the best or they're really good, then they'll continue to go on.
Yeah.
So they just want a chance of it.
So you have all these people doubting, right, that they were going to be the best possible soldiers. So for that, we ran out, so I guess we can just transfer to discussion. So we want to think about that question that Ms. Singleton had about whether they were better off. Is this just a different form of slavery?
Well, I'd say yes and no, because there was poor treatment from the commanders and poor conditions, but no, because as shown in the movie, they did have a willingness to stay and fight. It wasn't forced. It wasn't necessarily forced labor. They did actually want to do this and fight to it.
But I thought we need to see like what it was like. Well, slavery, like maybe, but like whether it was like unequal besides the pay. Like I thought we need to see like something like what it was like for like the other other companies in the war. 'Cause,
like white companies?
Yeah, because it could have been that that might have just been the way that the military ran back then, like how strict it was. So, but I wouldn't really say it's like slavery or that they were driven really hard. That might have just been the way that they believed it to be, like that they thought it had to go.
Mm-hmm.
But like Joe said, they signed up for it.
Yeah. Any other thoughts that people had?
Who's the Matthew Robert character again?
General Shaw,
Shaw,
Robert
right.
Shaw,
Yeah.
Gould Shaw.
I'm wondering if there's a little bit of ego involved in there too, is that this is going to be a representation of him.
Right.
And so he wants that regiment to be the top or better, you know,
Mhm.
to kind of, because he has a lot riding on that.
Right. And he was actually only 23 when he became commander of this, so there definitely could be some of that youthful bravado going on as well. Later on in the film, they get to this kind of ultimate battle, and most of the company is killed, actually. So this was the first regiment, and even though they were successful in being trained as soldiers, they were eventually all kind of a mass casualty, including Shaw. And the fort that they were trying to capture was never captured by the Union. It remained a Confederate fort for the rest of the war. Questions? Maybe you have? If you wanted any of those focus questions that I had asked, were there any more insights now that you had seen part of the film? I think that you kind of illustrated, right, where you have the one kind of educated freedman who's having a really, really difficult time, right? The one that has the glasses and the hat, he's really struggling with kind of transitioning. And that's really a good person to look at. He's a lens to look at that question of whether it was just a different form of slavery, because he was a man who had only ever known freedom, that his father was a freedman, he was a freedman. So you can imagine that for someone like him going into these ranks of being just among other black people who were not necessarily always freedmen, he might have been struggling even more. The way that we're talking about with troops from the north, he would be one of those northerners who, you know, it really was questionable about whether this was the best situation for them to be going into. If you already had a job, he was an educated man who was working for Shaw's father, you know, what was propelling him to join?
Maybe his want to have his part in the war, like show how much like he cared for the people around him, even though he may not have experienced slavery.
Yeah, and there also might be some of that ego and youthful bravado there too, right? He wants to prove that even though he's an educated freedman, that he is equal to the people that he's fighting next to. Any of the other questions that I had asked at the beginning? Do you remember? The quote about part of the Negro soldier's desperate courage came from his realization that he was fighting for the freedom of his race. Do you think that that's kind of being realized in the troops? Do you think that on a day-to-day level that that's what they were thinking of?
I don't know if it would be on a day-to-day level, but like how you're saying, if they could have left if they wanted to, but they all kind of stayed realizing that they were fighting for themselves, and their own race probably contributes to that.
Yeah.
I think like they came to that conclusion. You know, like even now, like, a lot of people enlist for a lot of different reasons.
A lot of what?
A lot of people like enlist
Mhm.
in the army or any other branch for different reasons. But they eventually, like, I guess they realize like they're trying to protect the country and save the people. So I guess like I feel like those African Americans who first signed up may have had their own reasons, maybe even selfish reasons to sign up. But they eventually came to the realization they're trying to save the Union, trying to save their people.
And do you think that they were fiercer fighters?
Yeah.
As a general statement? Obviously, one of the things that they talk about in the book is that there were a variety of experiences. You know, there was not one universal black soldier experience. And even you could see in the film, you had all those different personalities in the camp. You kind of have the people who were more agitators, like Denzel Washington's character was more of a kind of a rebel. You had people that were more willing to follow. But do you think that they would be people who were fighting more fiercely than their white counterparts?
Oh, I think if anything, they may have been more motivated than most of the white fighters in the army, just because of the fact that they're fighting for their own race and to end, well, somewhat put an end to slavery in the States. So.
What do you think happened to these soldiers after the war? Did things improve?
Probably.
Some cases, yeah. Some cases, not overwhelmingly in some cases, because, you know, there was that quote about, if we hadn't become soldiers, all might have gone back as it was before. Our freedom might have slipped through the two houses of Congress and President Lincoln's 4 years passed and nothing done for us. But now things can never go back because we have showed our energy and our courage and our natural manhood. Do you think that that was the inevitable outcome?
What's that quote again?
It was from a black soldier who said, if we hadn't become soldiers, all might have gone back as it was before. Our freedom might have slipped through the two houses of Congress and President Lincoln's 4 years passed and nothing done for us. But now things can never go back because we have showed our energy and our courage and our natural manhood.
Well, I would say that maybe, like for the few blacks that were, like the one man that was free beforehand, and his like family had been free for a while, like the winning the war, fighting the war, didn't really make a difference for them because after the Civil War, like not that much, like they were free, but there wasn't, for people that were already free, there wasn't as much like change that went on afterwards. But maybe just for like the sake of like the feeling that you did the right thing and like you freed like half the country that had slavery doesn't have it anymore. Like that might, depending on the person that they were, they might really like, that might be really important for them.
I would say like, instead of like them fighting for like to free the other half, they're like fighting them so they don't, so they're not enslaved again. Because even if they're free and say the South would win, then they go back to slavery.
Yeah, and I think in some cases, the expectation ended up not really living up to what it was like. You know, it wasn't like they fought in the Civil War and then all of a sudden they were well-respected citizens. In some cases, I'm sure that people did give them more respect as veterans of the war, but a lot of people just saw them as black people and veterans had nothing to do with it. So I don't necessarily think that they achieved what he was saying. I think that things did go back to the way that they were before. Obviously not with slavery. Slavery had ended, but they weren't necessarily as respected as they thought they were going to be. And you can kind of even see it in that quote from Abraham Lincoln about how he's thinking about their impact in terms of horsepower, engine power. They're not really people to him, they're just a method of achieving the Union aims. And in the end, actually, over 100,000 black soldiers died in the Civil War, so it was a huge amount of casualties came from those soldiers. In some cases, because they were given the less tactical positions, they were kind of treated as lesser people, so they were given the more dangerous posts, so they ended up even the percent that were soldiers, it was not represented in the casualties. There were much higher casualties than any other group. Yeah. Anything? Good. Thank you. I'm not sure if Ms. Singleton wants you to type up your notes or send her. Did she tell you? About this?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks for your contribution.